All right, Dan, you all set?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. So, cool
Well,
pack.
that's
I'm
fractured
guessing,
identity.
yeah, I'm guessing Ketsi takes Fractured Identity here. Um, Unless she's trying to be sweet in some way. But
If I was gonna say fractured identity wasn't in this pack, what do you like?
there are a bunch of things. Grave Titan's one of the stronger 6 drops in the cube. I like that a lot.
Hmm.
I'm not a huge fan of taking a 6 drop pack 1. Fires of Invention is pretty cool. It's a new addition. Uh, there's no no one is really drafted around it yet, so I think there's a very reasonable possibility that Ketsi would take that and just try to jam something cool. Um, I personally have been impressed with Damnation just because aggro has been getting stronger. I think the Wraths will go higher, and Damnation's the best one for black by a long margin. But I doubt she'd take it first.
Did she grab the fractured identity?
She did take Fractured Identity. Wouldn't be surprised to see Winds of Abandon here. It's another just very strong one. Venser,
Yeah.
Restoration Angel, both good.
Yeah, there's a few good cards. Yeah, I was gonna say Venser and Restoration Angel. I think Winds of Abandon is probably the best. I feel like the other two are, I mean, they're fine, but they're, I think, more replaceable than just early removal if she's going control.
Yeah. And Control is kind of where you want to be with Fractured Identity, although it's certainly powerful enough to play in more aggro tempo decks as well.
Yep.
Unsurprising wins there. Pretty uncontroversial pick.
Yeah, the going back talking about the fires of invention and speaking to me talking about what's good in Cube about 5 years ago, I was surprised to see Birthing Pod all of a sudden in the rotisserie draft suddenly be a valuable pickup.
Yeah, I decided I was going to add it again. Partly because there's the Anafenza combo now with Woe Strider in the cube, partly because we're doing more rotisseries, so that makes it a little bit better, and partly just because times have changed and I think it's worth seeing if it can work again where it couldn't last time. There are more powerful enters the battlefield creatures running around, that sort of thing.
So here, I guess, let's see here, there's Battlesphere.
Battlesphere is strong but expensive. I suspect Ketsi will feel like she can pick up a 7-drop if she wants one.
There's Crystal Shard if you wanted to go sweet.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Ketsi took Crystal Shard. She is a huge proponent of that card. Oh, interesting.
Ariated.
That's an interesting pick. It sort of signals a 3-color direction, possibly green-white just splashing blue, or green-blue splashing white.
Yeah.
But it's certainly early enough that you can be flexible in that way.
It's true.
She's also fairly well set up against aggro. Winds of Abandon and Caryatid are both good.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not only is it a mana dork, it's a good early blocker as well,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not gonna get burned or anything.
Yeah, she's well set up to force herself into situations where she gets to cast Fractured Identity, and that card's strong enough that often if you cast it, it's enough to win the game.
Yeah. And, the one deck archetype that it may not be enough against is, like an aggro type deck where, Fractured Identitying some dorky creature is good, obviously, but not game-winningly.
Yeah. Yeah, when the opponent's best creatures cost 3 mana, it's a much less powerful card. And when they're putting a lot of pressure on you before you necessarily hit 5 mana of your own.
There's a Signet.
A lot of different ways you could go here. Yeah, Signet. I like Signet in decks like this.
Good.
Even if she doesn't end up red, mana rocks are very strong, especially, again, if you're ramping to something as powerful as Fractured Identity.
I mean, I feel like, there's Gideon, there's Signet, and, I mean, I could see playing Hanged Executioner, but it's nothing special.
Yeah.
Maloku feels like I guess an older card.
Yeah, Maloku is a relic of times past. It's really just in the cube because there aren't very many good 5-drop blue cards. Blue creatures. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she just stuck with this Gideon pick. He's, again, a powerful creature. A really good thing to ramp into with Caryatid. If she's going green, the Signet matters a lot less, too.
I was just going to say that, yeah. If she's planning on sticking with green cards, then the Signet isn't going to be as important. Well, there's a I guess there's 2 dual lands.
Yeah, Rogran Triome and Botanical Sanctum could both be useful for her.
Yeah, Compulsive is decent, but I think I'd be picking one of the lands.
Yeah, especially because blue is looking more like a splash than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting, if she had taken the Signet last pack, she could have taken Rogran Triome and done a more Jeskai control kind of thing, but
that's true.
It doesn't look like that's the way she's likely to go at this point. Although she could still abandon the Caryatid very easily. She hasn't seen very much green at all at this point.
Yeah, I know you've spoken at length about trying to introduce more control elements to red. How has it actually been performing in that regard?
I think it's very strong. The struggle is always to convince enough players that it's strong to have them draft it. But Ketsi is someone who I'm fairly confident understands the power of controlling red decks and is willing to draft them.
Yeah, I wonder if she's maybe regretting not picking the Signet.
Possibly. Gideon Jura is also a very, very strong card. Here's Elish Norin, as I suggested, like, she's going to be able to get a 7-drop if she wants one, probably.
Yeah, and Elish Norn is... I don't know, I remember the last draft I did, I was... Obviously, I hadn't drafted the cube in a while, but I was definitely thinking, you know, having played or seen the Legacy and Vintage cubes on MTGO, like, Elish Norn just doesn't seem as important. But that card single-handedly, I think, won me more than half my games.
Yeah, with creatures being more relevant in this cube than they are in the Magic Online cubes, it's relatively more powerful here than it is there.
She is hovering the Atarka, though.
That is a wild pick.
Yeah.
Atarka would definitely be the Ketsi special. Mana War is a much safer pick. It's another card that lets her survive long enough to Fractured Identity or Gideon Jura.
I just feel, I mean... Oh, was that a Mimic Vat?
A Mimic Vat? It was a Mimic Vat. Wow, okay. Bold pick. Right. Keeps her open longer than the Mana War would have. Mana War would have signaled probably just being a blue-white deck.
Yeah, I don't know, that seems like, if you had the Mimic Vat with Elish Norn or something, but, I mean, it obviously can be good, and there's still lots of time to pick around it, and Eternal Witness dying would be a good thing to put under a Mimic
Eternal
Vat.
Witness is a great pickup with Mimic Vat. By this point, I probably would have taken the Mana War, but I don't dislike where she's at.
Yeah. I probably would have stuck with the Elish Norn. Did really well for me last time, and I feel like you also have a lot of anti-aggro cards, and I'd pick up a card that's both anti-aggro and just absolutely back-breaking.
Yeah, that is true. Edric, alright. That pushes her back more into Bant.
Well, there is...
Probably.
There is Waterlogged Grove there.
Yeah, if she's really planning on being Bant, I don't think she could pass a Waterlogged Grove here.
Yeah, absolutely not.
It's very strong, and I think the Horizon lands, the lands that sacrifice to draw cards, are just among the better lands in Cube in general, even in more controlling decks where the life loss is a real factor.
How have the ramp decks been doing recently?
They're never bad. There are just so many strong payoff cards in the cube that any deck that can consistently cast things like Fractured Identity early, although Fractured Identity you're kind of rewarded for playing late, but early Planeswalkers, early big powerful creatures just get rewarded for it. This is an interesting pick. There isn't anything screamingly obvious here. I could see Mentor of the Meek, Negate, or Fauna Shaman.
Yeah, I could see Mentor of the Meek with, like, Edric, and if you're going for Mana Dorks, but I have a feeling the safe pick might be Negate here.
Yeah, I think Negate is probably where I'd end up, because I really like cheap interaction, but
cheap interaction is good.
The Mentor does work really well with all of her creatures so far, and with Mimic Vat, so...
Hey, you have a raiding party.
Oh, cool. Hey, Xandra and Xandra friends. That makes sense. Xandra's girlfriend, Amber, is drafting in this group.
Yep.
So she went with Nahiri the Harbinger, which is...
That is spicy.
An unusual pick. She can produce red with Rogran Triome and Sylvan Caryatid.
So
that was an exquisite Firecraft. Yeah. She is every color but black so far.
Well, there's let's see here. There's Gargadon and Wildfire.
Looks like she's not planning to play the Exquisite Firecraft. So Nahiri could just be a splash here off the Triome, the Caryatid, and potentially...
Well, the Ashen Rider does go with Nahiri.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. She could be thinking about doing more of a cheating stuff out deck with green. Has several cards that can do that. As blue has one, blue has Arcane Artisan, and white has Elspeth Conquers Death.
Yeah, I think, she's probably wishing at this point that she had the Elish Norn if she's going for the cheating things out strategy.
I just got word
Atarka
from Sarah in a side channel that she has taken Rotting Regisaur and Lightning Mauler, both recent additions to the cube, both kind of loosely aimed at supporting a hybrid aggro reanimation strategy. So
that's interesting.
I will watch with great interest what Sarah ends up doing.
Yeah. I know you've been trying to make the cheating reanimation strategy more viable, so we'll see if that ends up being just a Rakdos aggro deck or some sort of, like you said, like aggro reanimator hybrid thing.
Yeah.
And carry.
Definitely not a Terramander deck.
No, not at all.
Interesting Nicol Bolas, putting her fully into 5 colors with the cards that she has chosen to leave in her main deck. She is very low on lands for playing a deck of that sort, but we'll see where she ends up going with it. She could easily drop some of those other colors if she wants to.
Well, here you could pick up either one of those 2 lands. I mean, we're talking about how she's kind of in every color right now. There's also Once Upon a Time.
Yeah, you can see her considering Once Upon a Time. It's very, very strong in decks like this. It really helps make them more consistent.
Yeah, well, that's what we have highlighted.
I think from where she is right here, there's really nothing in this pack I would consider other than Once Upon a Time in the land.
Yeah, same.
Ooh, Hexdrinker. Just one of the recent powerhouses in the cube. CS Magical Altars, we are drafting on dir4aft.info. That is dr4ft.info. I currently don't have chat on screen on the Twitch. There we go.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Well, I think here, the Hex Drinker's being looked at. I mean, there's another land you could pick up.
Yep.
Other than that, I think there's other cards that could be, main deckable, but nothing particularly special, I think.
Yeah.
And there's the Hex Drinker.
There it is. I'm guessing this puts her more in, back towards more of a dedicated Bant deck. But we'll see how greedy she's willing to get.
The Pilgrim.
Avacyn's Pilgrim's very strong here. I like Riftwing Cloudskate a lot, but most people in this cube don't agree with my opinion on that, so we'll see.
I think you had been talking about, and I saw, and I was sort of wondering, what had changed that Riftwing's Cloudskate is now a premium card. But I think definitely Avacyn's Pilgrim is exactly what she wants. And
yeah, I would honestly probably take it here. Love of Cloudskate aside and Mimic Vat aside.
Yeah.
The thing about Cloudskate, though, is it's a 2-mana flying mana war that can bounce anything. And, yes, there is a downside on that. Yes, it does take a few turns to come in, but that is a massive amount of upside.
Yeah, and I mean, like you said, she does have the Mimic Vat, which right now is really only good with that Eternal Witness, I think. Mm-hmm.
And potentially the opponent's cards, although most of her removal doesn't put things into their graveyard, so... No. We'll see how that Mimic Vat ends up performing, if it even makes her deck.
Let's see here. Plow Under.
More lands, although again, not lands that are any of her primary colors.
And there's a Mana Dork, but it's the worst, especially in a deck like this.
I mean, if she does decide she wants to try to splash black for Nicol Bolas, it is a black source.
That is true.
That ramps her, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a Plow undertaken here.
What is Selective Adaptation? I don't think I've ever seen that card before.
It's a weird one. It reveals the top 7 cards of your library, and you can put multiple creatures from among them onto the battlefield, but they have to have an evergreen keyword ability, and they each have to have at least one different evergreen keyword ability.
Oh, interesting.
So first
So
strike,
that's
double strike, death touch, haste, hexproof, indestructible, lifelink, menace, reach, trample, and vigilance. One creature of each of those types you can put on the battle, with each of those abilities.
yeah. Oh, so here we have some good lands and an incubation druid.
Yeah, this is a strong mana pack. Mind Control, Biogenic Ooze, and Cryptic Command are also very good.
Yeah.
But I don't think she can get away with passing more
Yeah.
fixing here.
I mean, personally, I think I would take the Dork, and then there's a decent chance you might get one of those 2 green-white lands back. And
Yeah.
if not, you'll probably get the Ooze or the Cryptic or the...
I respect her pick of that land,
Yeah.
though.
Yeah, I mean, lands are good.
I'd probably take Delta here. Oracle of Moddy is also
Delta
very
or Oracle?
strong.
Yeah.
But Polluted Delta fixes her for white, green... no, I guess it doesn't fix... It doesn't fetch Canopy
fix for
Vixen, so it's just a
ability,
Rogren
yeah.
Triome right now, which makes it worse for sure.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. The Triumph can be grabbed by it.
Pilgrim's Eye is also a consideration with a Mimic Fat in the deck and an
Yeah,
Edric.
that's true. Yeah.
There are a bunch of very reasonable cards in this pack. Yeah, she's looking at the Pilgrim's Eye.
He's looking at the Pilgrim. I don't know. I think personally I'd pick Oracle, but I could see, like, Pilgrim, like you said, Pilgrim's good, Oracle's good.
If
Land
she's not
feels
playing this
like
Nicol
it's
Bolas, though, she doesn't really need to ramp that far beyond 5, which does make Oracle relatively a little bit less valuable. It's
Yeah.
still a good card, but because it virtually draws you cards. She's taking the Delta,
Interesting. Yeah,
playing it a little safe.
I can respect that. Oh, the Sphinx is still in the pack.
Overgrown Tomb, interestingly, would let Delta fetch green for her, which it does not currently do.
That's true.
Yeah, Sphinx is very strong. She has the ramp to potentially put it out. It's a lot less strong than it used to be back in the Cube's heyday, I will say that. Hallowed Fountain.
Land.
Another land.
I mean, it looks
Untapped
like-
white and blue... untapped white and blue sources for Polluted Delta. Yeah, she's just slamming
She's got a
the
lot
fixing.
of lands here, yeah.
Yeah,
And hey, at least with the way it's shaping out, you know, pack 3, she can basically grab whatever she wants.
yeah, anything in Bant for sure. And she has a pretty decent black splash and an okay red splash as well.
Yeah.
So it's looking like this Nicol Bolas can come out to play. Arena Rector
especially
with
with
Nicol
Arena
Bolas in the
Rector.
deck, yeah, very, very tempting.
Yeah, I mean, other than that, there's like, you could grab Kiora for something to ramp into. I don't think anything else is super worth considering at this point.
Probably
Through the
not.
Breach maybe
Sylvan
could be
Advocate
spicy.
is a good anti-aggro card, but she's already got a couple of decent options there, so...
Yeah,
Um,
and that was the Arena Rector.
I was gonna say that Through the Breach will be good for Sarah, but she just messaged me letting me know she's not red anymore, so
Oh,
that's disappointing.
interesting.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Well, here you have, I mean, there's Deep Forest Hermit, which is, I guess,
I
a lot
like
of
Deep
fun.
Forest Hermit a lot with Mimic Fat.
Oh, that's a
although
good
she
point.
goes for
Keep on-
Imprisoned in the Moon.
Yeah. I keep on forgetting about the Mimic Bat.
Imprisoned in the Moon is interesting in a deck that can fairly easily cast white cards. I mean, she doesn't have an Oblivion Ring effect yet, so clearly she's looking for that. But if she could pick up an Oblivion Ring, it is certainly a better card than Imprisoned in the Moon. So
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised she didn't go for the Hermit.
Yeah.
Avacyn
I mean, here, Avacyn is...
has a lot of raw
fun.
power. Pretty good
Yeah.
one to Mimic Fat, too. Just give your creatures indestructible every turn.
Yeah. Another land.
Yeah,
or-
Inspiring Vantage is a pretty medium one, though. She
Yeah.
does want a little bit more red fixing if she can get her hand on it, but playing a fast land is not free in a deck as controlling as this.
Yeah, but I
She's
still
gonna
think
go for it, though.
there. Yeah.
I imagine there is a part of her right now that's like, I hope I open Golos.
Yeah.
No one drafts 5 colors without like having a little bit of their heart set on activating Golos at some point, even if they haven't
Fields
seen
is-
it all draft.
Field of the Dead isn't in the queue by any chance, is it?
No, it's not. It would be just too hard to get going.
Yeah. But yeah, still Golos is very sweet, especially if you're already 5 colors, and I've seen it be good in decks that are just playing 2 or 3 colors, you know,
Yeah.
maybe finding a way to activate it at some point.
Ketsy's also set herself up well here to really play any really powerful multicolored cards she sees in pack 3.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, here, selective could be good. She doesn't have a lot to go with it.
I don't love any of these 3
Yeah.
cards for her deck.
Yeah.
Nexus of Fate's a good one in hardcore control matchups. Selective Adaptation, she could find
There's
cards to do it.
Another land that's good.
Yep. Her Bant colors are really great, which also makes it easier for her to splash. All right, here is pick 1, pack 3. Hierarch's so strong with what she's doing. I know Ketsi loves God Eternal Kefnet, but she has Plow Under and Fractured Identity. Very good.
Once Upon a Time, I guess.
Once Upon a Time's alright. Winds of Abandon's pretty alright. But only 4 spells makes it a really tough sell.
Yeah, and Noble Hierarch is just, it's fixing, it's ramp.
Yeah.
It's one of the premier mana dorks.
It's her core colors. Goes really well with Edric.
Yep.
Yeah, I just can't see her passing Hierarch. God of Colonel Kefnet might also wheel. That card is not very respected in this queue.
Yeah.
Despite Ketsi drafting a 4-0 rotisserie draft that really put it through its paces.
All right, what do you like here? There's
Muldrifter's so strong with the Mimic Vat if she's still planning on playing that. Ancestral Vision is also one of Ketsi's superpowers. For some reason, she always seems to get it out turn 1. But
yeah, I think she took the mold.
She did. I like that a lot. With a Mimic Vat and an Eternal Witness, it's just... It'll help smooth her draws. She has 2 1-mana elves, which means she can cast it turn 2 a lot of the time. Wormcoil is very good here. She
Wormcoil's good.
Really need the Prairie Stream with a Hallowed Fountain in her deck and already fetchable.
Yeah, I think Wormcoil's probably the best, and then
and she's actually a little bit low on high drops to ramp out to. I don't know if she's really playing this Ashen Rider. It's still in her deck. It's going to be hard for her to hit double black, so it's kind of there as like a thing to Nahiri out. She hasn't seen many other ways of cheating it into play, so I suspect it'll get cut before she goes into battle.
Oh, there's a Shelldock.
Yeah, I know Ketsi really likes Shelldock. It is another way to get out Ashen Rider.
Yeah, I think she's got it highlighted right now.
Yeah.
Do you play Ulamog in a deck like this?
No. There just aren't enough ways to get it onto the battlefield. Breeding Pool also tempting, but she has a lot of fixing at this point, so...
Yeah.
And Polluted Delta, her only fetch so far, already gets green and blue, so it's a lot less important than it might be otherwise.
I think that Polluted Delta grabs every color between the Overgrown Tomb and the Triome.
That's true. That's a really good point. Yeah, 5-color Polluted Delta.
If it's going to be...
Oh, she took Oath of Nissa. That's a cool one, because many of her splash cards are Planeswalkers, Nahiri and Nicol Bolas, so that actually helps fix her a lot. And it's just a good filtering card on its own merit.
Wow, that's a lot of lands there.
Yeah. Horizon Canopy, Flooded Strand, and Wooded Foothills are all really good for Ketsi. What's her playable count like? She has 7 lands, 14...
Right now she's looking at...
21. She only has 21 playables, so it's actually like maybe 22. It's a little bit scary for her to take a land here over like a Devoted Druid or something.
Yeah.
Although those lands are very good for her, and she has 5 colors, so prioritizing lands is fairly important.
I'd have to look at her. I mean, if she is solidly 5 colors, it might be also worth going back and looking at the sideboard and seeing if there's anything you want to fill in at the end.
She has Horizon Canopy highlighted right now, which is interesting. It's a very powerful land, but it is worse at fixing than either of the fetch lands.
Both, I think she might be considering
of which are... Like, Wooded Foothills is definitely 5 color here.
Nope, she took it.
Horizon Canopy, wow.
Oh, that's a...
Garruk Relentless, really strong.
Mindstone.
Verdant Catacombs, actually not an amazing land for her. She, it's black, green, and white.
The Triome.
But it doesn't grab the yeah, exactly.
Yeah, all right, Garruk.
I like it. Ketsi adores a Hornet Queen. She's one of her soapboxes is that people pass Hornet Queen way more than they should.
Well, she is getting it late.
And it's much more castable than Ashen Rider in her deck.
Yeah.
It gives her a payoff for Nahiri and for Sheldock Isle that is a card that she can, put in her deck without having it be a dead card in hand a lot of the time.
Yeah. If Hornet Queen isn't here, do you think she takes Rexage or something just as a, fill some holes, like being able to deal with problem enchantments and artifacts?
Yeah, Rexage is pretty strong, especially because Imprisoned in the Moon doesn't deal with enchantments and artifacts, unlike, for example,
yeah, she's looking
Dryads,
at that right
whatever.
now. I think she's literally looking at Imprisoned to see if it hits them.
But she can't resist the Siren Call.
Ooh,
there's a Golos. If Ketsi passes Golos here, I'm unfriending her IRL.
I feel bad though because the Golos is in a pack that has Courser, the green 2-drop that can pull lands off the top, and the Nissa.
Elvish
Nissa.
Piper too, which can cast Hornet Queen. Although Golos can also cast Hornet Queen.
Yeah.
And Ashen Rider. Yeah. So Ketsi takes Golos. Unsurprising. It's one of the rewards you want in a 5-color deck. Interesting. She's cutting Edric isn't that surprising. She didn't end up with...
Yeah. I think she cut Nahiri and then realized that I think she's light on playables and put Nahiri back.
Yeah. She's also...
Or it was just a misclick.
Nahiri is fairly castable in this deck, so...
Yeah.
Between Sylvan Caryatid, Rogran Triome, Inspiring Vantage, and even Golos does fix her mana for whatever she needs him to. And she's not likely to cut red with Nicol Bolas in her deck.
I should have to mimic that.
Yeah, that's unsurprising. It's been looking worse and worse. She's taken some cards that have some synergy with it, like with Muldrifter, but without a lot of ways to remove creatures without exiling them, it is a little underrated.
Sorry to interrupt. I need to step away for just a moment and let my roommate in. I'll be right
No
back.
problem. There are a lot of potential cards you could take out of this pack. The Temple is good. She has exactly 23 playables now, so she could afford to take more lands. Anguished Unmaking, just a really strong answer. She didn't take the Reclamation Sage, so that gives her another answer to problematic artifacts and enchantments. Swift Despoilance is okay. Alright, she goes for the fixing land, unsurprisingly. Windswept Heath wheeled, but then so did God Eternal Kefnet. Windswept Heath here...
Sorry about that.
No problem. She took Temple of Mystery from that pack.
That's reasonable. And here's a... Oh, Kefnet's here, though.
She's deciding whether to play for the best-case scenario, which is Kefnet copying.
Yeah, she took the land, though.
Yeah, she made the responsible but boring play. I can't fault her. I would have taken the land, too.
Palladium Mirror seems good.
Yep. Vraska is probably good here. Quicksilver Amulet, the reward is probably not quite high enough for what she wants to do. Kolaghan's Command is a double splash here, but damn, that card is powerful.
Playable. She does have a lot of fixing in this deck.
She does have a lot of fixing, and Kolaghan's Command is the sort of card that makes splashing it worth your while. It's just very, very strong.
Yeah, Assassin's Trophy. I mean, we'll see how the playables shape up, but that's not a terrible card to put in.
Yeah.
Solid answer to anything. And the Ram Gang, which I can't imagine she's going to play.
Yeah. This is a pretty good deck.
Yeah.
She's got some game against aggro. Maybe a little bit less than she could. This is a deck that would really benefit from a Wrath. She thought about taking one earlier and ended up passing it. Wrath of God, of course, excellent with Arena Rector. But also just a good way of shoring up your early game. But Sylvan Caryatid, Winds of Abandon.
Yeah, she cut the Imprisoned in the Moon. I find that interesting.
It's not an amazing card, all things considered.
That is true, but I mean, I was looking. She has how many 5-drops there? Like 5 or 6?
Yeah, we'll see what happens when she lays it all out.
I guess
in
one
Magic
of them is
Online.
the Drifter, but
I should generate some table seatings for everybody. I realize no one would do it if I didn't.
So I think right now she has 36 cards in the main. I think, yeah, and she's looking at 11 lands, so that's 2 cuts I think she needs.
Yeah.
So she's going to be playing 17 lands. Oh.
And she cut her feed. Alright, I will get back on it in 1 sec. Once I get
Sounds good.
Teams. Alright, I'm gonna hop back into the channel.
Cards back into the main deck.
Hey everyone, I'm generating teams right now.
Yep.
We'll find out.
Ours seems to have correctly divided them.
Yeah. So
Got
if you there's the format that it generates has no new line in between the main board and the sideboard.
Yeah, it just
this
gives
is
you
what
all
you
the
want.
cards.
Yeah, this is what you want to send to Liz, but for your actual deck, you want to have the new line.
Yeah, you want an empty line before the word sideboard. Alright, teams.
Oh.
Nomi,
An
Evan,
empty
Ketsi, Cass versus Kendra, Amber, Sarah, Val, Marshall.
Oh, the team.
What channel? I guess I can look. Who called table?
Know me.
Yes.
And
So
where
my-
on the...
My
okay.
team has table.
Okay, can you read out the names again?
So where do we want to
And
head to?
Nat's posting it. In
Okay.
the...
Dan, you and I will stay in
you
table and
were-
follow along with Ketsi still.
Okay.
Okay,
It was me, Evan, Ketsi, and Cass, I believe, were table.
I'll accept that.
By any
Sounds
chances,
right.
it's supposed to be hot
I'm
in
sending
Seattle
Liz
this
my
weekend?
deck again.
It's supposed to be reasonably sunny. It's not hot.
Okay, because we
Yeah,
have
send
a,
your decks to Liz.
we have
Alright.
a major heat
And
wave
should have
coming
called
this
table,
weekend
yeah.
that I'm not looking forward to.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's looking like it's going to be 110 degrees
I'll
on
mourn my
Saturday and
loss
Sunday.
with my team.
All right. Let's see if I can actually send a properly formatted deck list to Liz the first time.
All right, Dan, let us go into another match channel. I'm gonna pull someone out to do a post-draft interview.
Okay.
Post draft interview. I feel this feels amazing.
Hey, Sarah, can you do a post-draft interview with us, please? In another match channel.
Oh, wait a second.
Sure.
All right, Sarah, can you send us a screenshot of what you ended up with?
Do I need to
Not
unmute
if
myself
you
in
give
the
me, like, 10 seconds.
Discord?
Or not 10
Yes, you do, Dan.
Okay.
I can't hear Dan. Okay, now
Yeah,
I
sorry.
will
Can you
be.
hear me now?
Yeah, this draft was interesting. I tried to go outside of my comfort zone, and I don't feel comfortable, but we'll see how good the deck is. But I don't know. I don't think it's awful. I tried to not just... It's really stupid because I was like, okay, I'll be like red-black aggro-ish, and then have like Reanimator. And like top end stuff maybe, like with the Rotting Regisaur, be like aggro Reanimator.
Do you have a deck list we can look at?
Yeah, hang on, I'm adding it right now.
Yeah, I remember actually, because you were messaging Natalie. Natalie suggested that might be an avenue you try for.
Why did you do this? For whatever reason, Discovery Dispersal, even when I format it correctly, doesn't want to. Okay, Control save. Let's see if this works. Add deck, import. Sorry, for the formatting, do you get rid of the space between the slash?
Yes.
Okay, so it's just like, okay, so it's all one thing. Okay. Let me try it again now. And if so, okay, there we go. I need to send this to Liz really quick.
Can you send us a screenshot first?
Sure.
We just had-
I can share my screen if you want.
I guess if that's easier for you
I mean,
somehow.
because I'm gonna be building right now. It's got like all the stuff in it. Shoot.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't play it.
Yeah, that was my first.
Okay. Okay. Let me just get rid of my cards that I'm not playing for sure.
I would really like to get something up on the screen for the stream viewers to watch.
I mean, if I put everything up, it's just like 45 cards, like all in a clump.
It's better than my background image.
All right, here you go. I'll post it in shoulda called table. I think I'm on that team.
That is the team you are on.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, this deck's something. I don't know if
Here we
that
go.
something is good.
All right.
Probably
ended
not
up
playing this
blue-black.
Probably not
Oh,
playing this Dark
interesting.
Confidant because it'll deal me 1,000,000 damage.
So you...
Yeah. So I was like black, kind of red, not really. Like my first pick was Rabblemaster, and then the only other black card I really cared about in my deck was Dismiss a Pyromancer to discard.
You mean
Like,
the only
I
other
had-
red card?
Yeah, sorry, the only other red card. I had Lightning Mauler, and I was like, I'll take this to give it a shot. And I was like, but that's not like Lightning Mauler isn't a reason why you're like, I need to play red or whatever. And then in pack 2, I just started seeing I got a last pick Bizarre Trade Mage, and I was like, will go okay if I end up being blue. I'm not playing these red-black lands. And then I just started seeing like Luteral Core, Ponder, Brazen Borrower, Shinobi, and I was like, man, I have these like early aggressive kind of black creatures. Like Shinobi's pretty good. I was just like kind of unsure, so I started taking blue cards, and then in pack 3, like I just saw so much red, like a Goblin Guide Wield. There was a Legion War Boss that I didn't open it. It was like second pick. There was just so much good red, and I was just like, I honestly considered like, do I just back out of blue? And then I was like, but my mana was so bad. Like it still is pretty bad, but like it's like I have like Shelldock Isle, and I was like, oh, I'm not playing this Narset Parter Veils. Yeah, or it's just like if I would have stuck to my guns and just taken like really mediocre black cards and bad red cards in pack 2 and just passed good blue cards, it would have paid off. But
yeah, I mean, one of the things you got to remember is that the signals from pack 2 are coming from a different person than the signals for pack 1 and 3.
I know, and it was the thing of because Marshall was telling me he was mono black, so that's why like all the black cards I really cared about weren't coming around. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I have 2 Titans. I kind of liked what Daniel did last time in the Roto, where it's like you're kind of you're Reanimator, like you have reanimation spells, but also you can just like play the mid-range and go big at the end. I thought that was kind of nice. I don't like this deck very much though, TBH.
Yeah, it seems a little bit rough to have like sort of the Reanimator package with Collective Brutality, Bizarre Trade Mage, Rotting Regisaur, Blood for Brone's Dead Return, but not to have any payoffs larger than a Grave Titan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the thing. So,
oh, go ahead.
I saw in Ashen Rider in pack 1 when I wasn't sure I was going to be the Reanimator, and I was like, do I take this and just like guarantee, like, yes, I'm going to see a reanimation later, which there's no guarantee, over, I think there was like a really good black card I wanted, or red card, I can't remember. And I was like, I don't know. It's probably just gonna wheel, who knows? And then it didn't, and I was like, well, fuck, now there's someone else in the reanimator. And yeah. But like, I think having whip for a reanimation thing, because the lifelink is really relevant. Especially, it seems like there's an aggressive white tech deck out there. I don't know as much about the aggressive red because that Goblin Guide wheeled, so we'll see. This is not the best deck I've played, for sure.
All right, well...
I do not expect to do well with this deck. I'll probably like 1-3 or 2-2.
Thank you, Sarah. We will let you go back to
the
your
channel.
Yeah.
All right, thanks for having me.
Alrighty.
But I'm not saying it's
Ketsi,
writing
can
it
you
down.
come join us into another match channel, please?
Sure.
Brought Ketsi in.
Yeah. So, going back until Ketsi gets here, do you think you just play...
Hello.
Oh. Hello.
Hello. Ketsi, I have your deck up here. We watched you draft. How do you like what you ended up with?
I don't know. It seems like it has some powerful magic cards. I don't usually play 5-color, bullshit. So I do have. I'm excited to see if Golos turns into a thing. That's kind of exciting.
I was very excited when you picked up the Golos. I said when
Yeah.
you opened it, if Ketsi doesn't take Golos here, I'm unfriending her IRL.
Yeah, Natalie even called the pick like a full pack before Golos showed up.
Yeah.
Once it was pretty clear that you were really trying to be 5-color, yeah.
I was sort of keeping myself open. At first, I was thinking I was gonna be Bant after I picked up the Caryatid.
Mm-hmm.
And then I took the Rogren Triome or whatever. That's the one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there was like Nahiri was there, and it was just like the like pure Bant was definitely not coming. So I felt like I had to keep things open a little bit.
I like the Oath of Nissa with most of your splash cards being Planeswalkers.
Yeah, I was like, I really wanted my freaking Shelldock Isle, but this is definitely not a deck where I feel like I can reliably trigger Shelldock Isle. There are definitely decks where I want to, but I don't think this one is.
I'm interested in the Ashen Rider still in your main deck. Do you really give enough black to reliably cast that, or is it just for Nahiri and, I guess mostly Nahiri? Golos, maybe?
Right, I'm not sure about that one. I'm still making cuts. I think I'm going to have to make 2 cuts to this list, so that may or may not. Like, the thing I posted in the Table Decks chat is just like, I started adding lands. Yeah, because I have, let's see, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 black sources, which is not a lot, but at 8 mana. Yeah, it's really not a lot to be able to cast it. Here is really the only way to put into play for Golos.
Yeah.
I
suppose Sylvan Chariot helps too.
Yeah, I am planning to play Kolaghan's Command, Assassin's Trophy, and Vraska the Unseen. So then maybe I end up, and then I have the Nicol Bolas, so that's more off the other cards. So I may end up playing a little more black and just kind of try to cast it and see how it goes.
That seems reasonable.
10 green sources, is that enough for 10 green cards? 12.
Uh-oh. Someone, Natalie, goofed it and forgot to buy new cards for the Cube account. So
Are you gonna go handle that quickly?
Yup, I'm doing that right now.
So early on in your draft, it seems like you went through a few different strategies. Like I noticed you picked up the Mimic Bat early over a card like Elish Norn, and then you picked up Edric fairly early as well.
Yeah, Edric, there was another card in the pack that I was looking at. and I want like I felt like it's really powerful, and it was certainly still possible that my deck could go a more aggressive angle if that's the cards that were coming. So I decided to take it. I don't remember what else was in that pack, but I took it on sort of optionally. I don't remember what I took over Emrakul. Did you say you already knew? I took the Mimic Vat over Emrakul.
No, over Elishnorn.
Yes, Elishnorn. Yeah, I just wasn't sure if I was going that big at that time. I don't remember kind of what my deck was like, but I had the Eternal Witness, and it was sort of a questionable. This could be a very good card, or it could just and it's colorless. So that was kind of my thinking. Right now, the Mimic Vat is in my sideboard.
Yeah, unfortunately, it didn't look like you were able to pick up a lot of cards that comboed with it, or that could kill your.
Eternal Witness, Muldrifter, Hornet Queen. If I ever get Ashen Rider into play, that's a thing. I've got Wormcoil Engine, but that's just like 5 creatures. I mean, it could be on their opponent's creatures too. And so I may end up boarding it in just because it's
Although, unfortunately, I think a lot of your removal is of the exile sort.
Well, I mean, later I picked up Assassin's Trophy and Brass of the Unseen.
Yeah.
And as Gideon, Hornet Queen blocks things. Garruk Relentless kills things, so yeah, it's certainly possible.
I was a little surprised to see that you didn't go for the Crystal Shard, one of your favorite cards.
Oh yeah, no, I forget which pack that was in, but I felt like do you know what I took over the Crystal Shard?
I did at the time.
Yeah, it was pretty early on. It was like pick 3 or 4 in pack 1.
Yeah.
It was real early. Back, I think, when you were definitely still picking cards that were, I guess, more...
I may have just not seen it, because I remember thinking later in the draft, I was like, oh yeah, Crystal Shard would be good here. So I think I just didn't even notice it in the pack.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like I said, it was fairly early on, and I think at that point you were just picking more generically powerful cards that would work in multiple archetypes.
Because I took, like... I took Fractured Identity into Winds of Abandon, into Gideon. And that was one of the things is early on I was thinking I might be a more spell-heavy, planeswalker-heavy deck with not so much of a creature focus.
Yeah. At what point did you decide that, you were thinking of maybe going like a full 5 colors?
When just the fixing kept coming. I was just like, I was thinking at the end of pack 1, I was like, I have 5 colors and 3 fixing lands, and like one of them was just for my main colors, green, white. And then I was like still taking other powerful cards, and then I just was picking up all these fixing with like nothing else good in the pack. And then I was just like, all right, I'm just taking, I've got fixing to splash a few of these cards, and especially once I got the Oath of Nissa to be able to like cast Nahirian and Nicol Bolas and eventually Vraska, I was just like, okay, like I'm not too worried about casting these cards.
So what's the one pick that you can remember that you wish you could have gone back and taken instead? Anything in particular?
Looking at these cards. I think maybe in retrospect, whatever I took Mimic Vat over, maybe. I don't know. It's pretty difficult. Like later on, it just became I'm taking fixing. I think there was the pack with Hex Drinker may have had some other cards that I would have liked.
Yeah, that was a strong pack, although it's hard to fault you for taking Hex Drinker.
Yeah.
Yeah. I figure out my mana.
Yeah, there were no packs I noticed where I thought you just made a really incorrect pick. Yeah.
Yeah. I think there were picks like the Mimic Vat early on, which, in retrospect look incorrect, but, were early enough that could have been a viable strategy to draft around.
Yeah. I mean, Bant has enough ETB effects that you can often make Mimic Vat work just based on playing creatures and blocking with them.
Yeah. They have to interact. Yeah, I mean, I was also thinking it might, like, get a Wrath effect as well.
Yeah, Wrath would be strong here.
Because I have the Arena Raptor. That's part of why I took the Garruk Relentless, was to have more ways to interact with my own Arena Raptor. And also because just killing the early creatures is nice. I
Yeah.
like Derek Nautilus a lot.
Are you concerned about how many 5-drops you have?
I mean, not really. I mean, I have, 3 ramp guys.
That is true.
I gotta sort it by mana cost here.
I guess
Send it
Mole
to the
Drifter is
yeah.
not really a 5-drop anyway.
Yeah, no, I usually put that in the 3. Yeah, I mean, like, it might not work out. It's a lot of 5-drops now that I look at it. All right, I think I can't play Ashen Rider because I gotta cut them.
What
All right.
sort of? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Dan.
I was gonna say, what sort of deck would you least likely, or would you least like to face?
Mono red.
Yeah, that's probably.
I really
the
do
answer
not
for that
have
question a
I
lot
just
of
do
times.
not have ways to interact with what mono red is doing.
The Sylvan Caryatid helps.
The Sylvan Caryatid
Yeah.
helps, and that's like the one card. And meanwhile, they're just gonna like burn my mana guys. I mean, Arena Rector is a thing. So
Yep.
I mean, it just gets Nicol Bolas, and then like that. I mean, I guess I could get Gideon, or I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean,
Nicol Bolas, I guess, is not the best anti-aggro planeswalker that exists.
No, I mean Gideon is probably what I end up getting if that's what happens. Okay, good.
All right, we will let you
Okay.
finish building.
Okay. I'll go back to my team.
Thank you for letting us bird you. Oh, she's gone now. I will grab someone else from the other channel.
Okay.
Hey, anyone particularly want to talk about your deck with me and Dan?
I'll do it.
Cool. I see. Have you posted a deck screenshot yet, Val?
Let me post a
He
newer
has.
one.
Cool.
Or at least it's the raw cards. It might not be the deck screenshot.
Cool. All right. Val, please meet us in another match channel when you're ready.
Yeah, looks like he's got a rug deck, at least from the cards that... Oh, hello.
Hey, Val.
How's it going?
Pretty well. How about you? How do you like your deck?
I like it a lot. I haven't gotten to play this archetype yet. So I built the red, blue, green Wildfire Destructive Force deck.
Ooh, fancy, fancy.
Yeah.
Looks sweet.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed to see you didn't pick up the Kefnet, which would be really sweet with all of these spells you've got going.
Yeah, it was between Kefnet and I think Preordain. And I just wasn't sure I was going to have enough instant sorceries to be able to play or like really get value out of Kefnet.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I was able to just scoop up some really good red, blue, green cards. Like that's just kind of where I was going with red, blue, green. I got the Maelstrom Wanderer early, and just kind of was like, let's just do this. Like I kind of forced red, blue, green, and then the Wildfire and Destructive Force just came through. Oko just got passed to me really late. Bolt got handed to me really late. Yeah, just some wild cards just kind of came. So I was just glad to slot into that, and I was able to pick up a bunch of fixing.
What was your pick one, pack one?
Pick one, pack one. That was so long ago, I don't remember. I think it was Sudden Demise.
Interesting.
Is that right?
Sudden Demise is a strong one.
Yeah.
It might have actually. It might have even been Tooth and Nail, which I'm not even playing. But you know, sometimes first packs work out like that. But
Yeah.
I think I started out like Tooth and Nail, and then Maelstrom Wanderer. I was just like, okay, let's just go into this direction. Yeah. So yeah, I'm really proud of the my lands. I was able to get a ton of fixing pack 2.
Yeah, there was a lot going around for sure.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, it seemed like most of the fixing in the draft was concentrated in that pack.
I like this 3-color Misty Rainforest.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah.
Cold Steel Heart and Chromatic Lantern help a lot there too.
Yeah. With all the rocks I have, I should be able to make Wildfire happen. and then I've got some good planeswalkers to go with it. Like that's kind of the key payoff. It's like, okay, you
Yeah,
like
you
ward
got the Chandra there. Actually, you have both Chandras, 6 and 4.
Also,
3 or 4.
Oh, and Oko.
Yeah. So I got Oko, 4 mana Chandra, and Flamecaller Chandra.
I think the strongest planeswalker.
Yeah, I personally prefer the other 6 mana Chandra, but they're both extremely strong.
Yeah, I was really looking out for that one, and every time I saw Chandra, because I was stuck reading text only. So
Oh no!
I had to read every single card in every pack. So, but yeah, I mean, anytime you see Chandra show up, you're just like,
yeah, I like the deck. It's very sweet.
Yeah, so I think I'm worried about like really aggressive decks, but I have Pyroclasm in the sideboard for that. And
Pyroclasm newly back in the cube after an absence.
I saw that, and I was like, I want that card. That card's like my style of red. Not really like the aggro red, but just the control-y side of red.
Well, you're doing good work. Dan asked me at the beginning of the draft, how are people taking to your plan to have red be as much of a control color as it is an aggro color? And I said, some people do it. So I'm glad you are one of them, Val.
Yeah, it's kind of how I play red in Commander. So
yeah,
it's just easy to slot into that.
I do have a personal soft spot for land destruction.
There's not a lot of it in the cube, but Wildfire Destructive Force are definitely two examples.
I mean, it's like the ultimate form of control. If you can get rid of the person's lands, there's no coming back very easily from that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And I feel like the whole Wildfire Destructive Force thing is very particular to Nat's cube, which I really like. It's like,
yeah,
it's like she just created a little like an archetype. I don't know. I haven't seen it in other cubes.
Yeah, I did like drafting it years ago too, so it's good to see it again.
Cool.
Dan, let's hop into Wowie. It's another match. It seems like
Alrighty.
that's the first match that has actually started.
Team a couple times in a row.
Hello, friends. Sarah,
Hello.
will you stream for us, please?
I'm streaming on Twitch. I'm on my phone because Discord's fucked up on my computer.
Evan, will you stream for us, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Share this screen
Sneaper.
here.
I would like the audience to know
share the right
there are
screen.
both 5 real dollars and 5 fun dollars on the line.
Oh wow!
High stakes.
This is as high stakes as Cube get. Actually, that's not true. Roto gets pretty high stakes.
There was also the single highest stakes cube match ever to exist, or that ever will exist, in the Players' Championship that one year, where they sort of accidentally balanced it so that the results of that cube draft were worth more than the rest of the championship combined, almost.
Lol.
And then no one drafted Goblin Guide because they hate money, I guess.
Because they're messed up.
They are messed up. All right.
Do we want to meet ourselves here?
Yeah, let's go on Defen here. All right. So we are watching Evan's deck. Blue-black against Sarah, also in blue-black. We'll see how this goes.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Looks like
Practical
Sarah
match here.
got her Kefnet remanded turn 3.
Oh, see, I missed that. Yeah.
Evan filling up his graveyard for Tassiger. It's going to be hard for him to handle a Kefnet, though.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't... Right now, there's no removal in his hand. Dungeon Geist, I guess, can keep it tapped down, but...
That's only
Kefnet's
about
still
half
gonna
of
be-
what's threatening about
Yeah.
Kefnet.
I mean, yep. So it's still going to be able to copy spells, and, Dungeon Geist is, still liable to be removed, especially out of blue-black.
Yep. Sarah opting not to play Kefnet again, instead using all her mana to cast a Doom Whisperer.
That seems reasonable, being tapped out.
It does mean that Evan will be able to Dungeon Geist it for much more value, though.
Yeah.
Doom Whisperer and Kefnet is also some kind of a combo.
That is true. You can see, I think she's looking for something good to put on top quite a bit here.
Yeah, this is
And
a
it looks
lot
like that's been
of
3 lands
surveilling.
surveilled.
I guess she's doing this in response to the Dungeon Geist, probably, even though she could do it at the end of Evan's turn, just for that sweet F6 value.
Yeah, there is a lot of equity to be gained in F6ing. All right, I think she found something that she's happy with.
Yeah. It looks like she didn't actually F6. Priority is still passing to her occasionally. I don't know if I like that play from Sarah. I think I would have F6'd there.
Yeah. There's another giant flyer.
Yep.
I mean, she said she didn't like her deck, but I don't know. It seemed like, I mean, it didn't seem like a traditional, blue-black control deck. It was more of a blue-black beatdown deck. I didn't think it looked too badly, personally.
Maybe mid-range, you might call it.
Yeah.
Ooh, leaving up the one lonely swamp there is going to prove valuable for Sarah, since she can't get Crystal Sharded. Although Crystal Sharding a Cavalier of Gales and letting her brainstorm again isn't amazing either.
Yeah.
Evan opting to pay life, possibly so that he can play Tassiger and hold up Censor.
Yeah.
Or possibly just Tassiger plus Crystal Shard with no activation up.
I think given he paid life, it has to be the Crystal Shard, I think. Because otherwise, he would have had the mana to leave up the Censor without paying life. Unless he just miscalculated, I guess.
You know what it could be? It could be that he's just planning to threaten a scarier counterspell than Censor.
That's a good point.
Just to scare Sarah out of trying to resolve Kefnet again. That's clever play, although if Sarah is willing to call his bluff and just raw out a creature into this open mana, assuming she doesn't tap out and get censored, then Evan will be in a kind of rough spot. Or if she has something instant speed and can just play it at the end of Evan's turn.
Yeah.
So
she has... Oh, is this going to be
tapping for... Yeah. And it's Kefnet again. She is no fear.
Does he have any 2-mana counterspells?
Evan... Cycling Censor, possibly to look for that. You may be right.
Yeah.
But if he has it, he does not find it.
Yeah, I think this is what I liked about Sarah's deck, is she does have a lot of just big, beefy, good attacking flyers that also can generate some value just on ETB or with abilities.
She has put an impressive amount of pressure on the board right here. Jace Vryn's Prodigy. A powerful card, but without...
It's going to take a while to get active here.
Yeah, and without really, so far, anything in Evan's graveyard or hand that's particularly useful with it. Worth noting, Tassiger plus Jace Vryn's Prodigy can fill up his graveyard fairly quickly, but nevertheless...
Getting another Surveil.
Yep. Presumably to try to set up a good Kefnet here.
Yeah.
Evan's kind of getting buried both beneath the damage and beneath the card advantage here.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, there's, 9 power of attacking flyers, potentially? And, if the Dungeon Geist ever gets removed, that's another 6 power on the board.
Yep. Sarah did not find a spell with her first activation there. She put both Grave Titan and Drana into her graveyard, so she's trying another one.
Yeah.
If she leaves a card on top, we can be fairly certain it's an instant or sorcery.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested that she elected to bin the Grave Titan, though that might mean she has Reanimation in her hand. We did speak to her.
I suspect that's what it means. And just any time she can copy a spell off Kefnet, probably even one Kefnet copy is just going to...
If she gets to see a Reanimation spell off of Kefnet...
Exactly. Bring
Yeah,
back Grave
that's
Titan and Drana, Grave Titan and Trade Mage. Really anything in her graveyard just to be really strong. She puts 2 cards on top of her library. That does not feel good for Evan, I am
She gets to crack. Okay, so she's going to draw the first one, and then the second one is going to be set up for Kefnet here. So let's
That's
see.
a strong sequence.
Although Vendilion Click is going to come in here.
Vendilion Click...
How does that interaction work? With, with the card drawn off of Kefnet triggering its ability, but then Vendilion Click.
I don't know. It seems like Sarah chose not to reveal the card off Kefnet. Yeah, it looks like she just allowed herself to take a non-spell card here, despite all of her Doom Whispering.
Yeah, that, I don't know. Maybe she just didn't see anything and didn't feel like Doom Whispering to 6.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
That would make sense.
Maybe she feels with her board presence, that might be one of the ways that Evan can steal this game, is just being too aggressive with the Doom Whisperer.
Mm-hmm. Brazen Borrower is a really strong one. It means that she can attack in with impunity without really worrying about Evan double blocking to punish her.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can see here she's leaving back the Kefnet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh!
She must have drawn that off of Vendilion Click.
Yeah, because I was going to say she had the Frost Titan, but oh man, and there's a mind control
Oh,
there.
wow. So Evan
Brutal.
It's hard to imagine Evan coming back here.
Yeah, because she's going to mind control the Tassiger
probably.
or the Vendilion Click, and then get to bounce the Dungeon Geist probably.
Mm-hmm. And
Although
still have mana up to pay for Crystal Shard, which she doesn't even know Evan has.
No. Okay, so the Vendilion Click, that makes sense.
Yep, just wants more aggression
Flying
in the
power.
air.
Yeah, I think that's going to be pretty much game.
Yeah, Irrigated Farmland is not going to do it for Evan. He doesn't really have time to just cycle stuff here.
Yeah.
Blood Gift Demon's okay, but it's just going to get bounced.
Yep. I mean, I don't even think it's going to get bounced. I think the Dungeon Geist is going to
Yeah,
get
you're
bounced.
probably right, because that unlocks her Doom Whisperer.
Because that leaves... Yeah, unlocks the Doom Whisperer, leaves... That's, what, 13 power worth of flyers?
Yeah, that's very strong.
He has to go to 7, and I think that's basically game. Yeah, because he's at 7, blocks the Doom Whisperer, takes 2, because I think that's a Flampler.
Mm-hmm.
And then takes 7 from the other 2 creatures anyway.
Yep. Yep, Evan is dead on board.
Yeah, impressive showing.
Yeah, Sarah's deck has looked very good this game. Although they have like a similar number of permanents in play, Sarah is really strikingly dominating.
Yeah, I mean, like, it was just beefy flyer into beefy flyer with a little bit of control.
One of the things that's easy to lose sight of in Cube, where, like, especially when you're drafting, so much of the draft is about the text on the cards, like the fancy abilities and the card drawing and the overrate mana costs and stuff, that some Magic keyword abilities, some just evergreen keywords are very strong, and Flying and Trample are 2 of those.
All right, so what do you think he brings in? He's bringing in a Grizzlebrand.
Mm-hmm.
That's surprising.
Wow, so
Liliana.
Evan is siding into like a slightly reanimatory sideboard plan. Interesting.
Oh, and he's bringing in white as well.
It looks like there's a Connive Concoct in his graveyard, which it looks like he is not planning to bring in, which is strange with Grizzlebrand.
Yeah, what's Connive Connive
Connive Concoct is it's a split card. The front half is 2 hybrid. Oh, he sees it. Okay.
Yeah.
The front half is not great. The back half is 3 UB, Surveil 3, reanimate something.
Okay. Yeah, because I was like, I don't remember the front. I know that in Standard, at least, everyone played the other Dimir split card, the one that surveils and draws the card, and
that one also in the queue.
Yeah. But that one I think was traditionally good. I think it bounces something and then forces a discard on the back half of that one.
Yeah, but the front half is just hybrid.
Yeah, which is
preordained for 2 mana, which is
95%
very, very
of the
strong.
time.
Preordained with Surveil, no less.
Yeah, so it looks like he does have some fixing to play white cards. I see he either brought in Spell Queller or had it in the sideboard. I didn't notice that as well.
Yeah. 6 mana sources for Wrath of God is a little iffy. I don't... And leaving in Wrath of God against Sarah, I'm not sure how I like that either.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised with the Grizzlebrand, given that, I mean, like, we did see a lot of beatdown from Sarah, but it is a blue-black deck, which tends to have ways to deal with a Grizzlebrand.
Yeah.
And especially seeing how much pressure she put on, I'm not sure, how much you actually want to activate the Grizzlebrand, but we'll see.
It seems like if you want a Grizzlebrand in the deck, you probably want Connive Concoct as well.
Yeah.
Whether or not you actually do want a Grizzlebrand, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think against like a blue-black, even a more beatdown heavy blue-black deck, Grizzlebrand is really going to be a solid plan, but I could be wrong.
A beatdown heavy blue-black deck is kind of the worst case scenario, right? Because
yeah.
Unlike a more controlling blue-black deck, you probably won't have room to pay 7 and draw 7 cards a lot of the time. But unlike a dedicated aggro deck, it'll probably be able to remove Grizzlebrand before it gains you 7 life.
Yeah. But we'll see. Maybe it'll pay off.
We definitely will. So he did end up with the Grizzlebrand without the Connive Concoct.
Yeah.
It's an alright starting hand.
Reasonable hand. Yeah.
Having 4 lands against a blue-black deck is often quite good.
Yeah. And I mean, you can always cycle the Censor as well if you don't end up using it.
Yeah. But it's a strong one on the play for sure.
Yeah, Victim of Night, just solid removal. I'm not sure there's anything... I guess the Drana dodges it, and that's about it. I guess Grave Titan itself is a giant. It's not a zombie.
Yeah. And it does hit demons.
Oh, so. And the Vendilion Click, so that's a very solid opener.
Yeah. Really good 2-3-4 here for Evan.
Yeah.
I suspect Censor is just going to hit a Mana Rock or something off of Sarah, or she just will choose not to play into it.
Yeah. I mean, she could be holding up some sort of instant speed something.
Yep, that's possible. Although there aren't that many 2-mana instants that we saw from her deck, right? She didn't really have any counter magic of her own.
Yeah, I mean, it could be the Brazen Borrower, maybe
that's
thinking to bounce his turn 3 play, which is probably not super going to work here.
I've been playing an island rather than a swamp, even though that means he doesn't keep up Victim of Night.
I mean, I think he's all in either case on the Vendilion Click plan.
He didn't click on draw, so I think he's Censor or Vendilion Click here.
Yeah.
Rotting Regisaur is interesting. I don't really like censoring that. I feel like Dungeon Geists on Regisaur is a really strong answer.
Yeah.
I guess he doesn't necessarily know that Sarah is not as dedicated Reanimator as she looks, so...
Yeah. Yeah, and then now he's in an awkward case here where I guess it's not the most efficient play. Okay, now the Vendilion Click's coming in.
Yeah, we know that Regisaur's downside is actually kind of a downside in this deck. Although, in practice, with Blood for Bones Grave Titan in hand, if he had Dungeon Geist's Regisaur, Sarah would have just discarded Grave Titan, Blood for Bones, sacrificing Regisaur, and won out in the end. Off of Vendilion Click, probably Grave Titan. That's just going to be a card that Evan's going to have a lot of trouble with. Even though he has Victim of Night, he takes Blood for Bones instead. Interesting.
Wait, did he take... I thought he took the Grave Titan.
No, it was Blood for Bones. Yeah. It is a card that generates a lot of advantage later in the game, but... So is Grave Titan.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's kind of brutal.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough one for Evan. I mean, Vendilion Click can still attack it down low enough that
that you can't just create the 4/4 this turn.
I mean, she can, but she'll have to. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, not the worst spot for Evan. All right, Evan has 2 of 3 of the parts of his combo. He has Makeshift Mannequin and Grizzlebrand. So, although again, Makeshift Mannequin not even the best way to reanimate Grizzlebrand against Sarah's deck.
No.
Mu Yanling would just kill it.
Yeah. Makeshift Mannequin triggers on spell or ability.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I like the Grizzlebrand sideboard plan here.
I mean, the nice thing about Makeshift Mannequin is you could always cast it like at end of turn, get a hit in with Grizzlebrand, hopefully, and then draw 7, and then
that's true.
You know,
that's true.
If your Grizzlebrand gets dealt with, you probably draw in another reanimation.
The instant speed factor is a real one, but it also means that like Brazen Borrower kills it at instant speed.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's not perfect, but the instant speed would probably be how you played that.
Yeah. If he can sneak it in when Sarah's tapped out, that's still quite strong.
Whisper. Well, at least that will eat either a Victim of Night or a Dungeon Geist.
Yep.
I almost wonder if I almost wonder if you want to. Well, I guess this saves the Dungeon Geist for Grave Titan, but I almost wonder if you wanted the Dungeon Geist there as a way to just put more power on the board to start threatening the Planeswalker. And
I think I agree. I think I would have liked Dungeon Geists better. I guess Evan's playing to draw something that he wants to cast more, but if he doesn't, then he's potentially just spending next turn doing kind of nothing. Cloudscape's a pretty alright draw.
Riftwing's going to be good here.
Mm-hmm. I don't love sacrificing the Silent Clearing just because these sorts of matchups are often very mana hungry, but
I think he probably... I guess he didn't need to do something. He did take a look at Sarah's hand, and she didn't have... I mean, there's a Grave Titan coming up, presumably. To which your answer is a Dungeon Geist, which, still leaves... There's still the zombies, and there's still the chance your Dungeon Geist later gets removed. Yeah, I think the Riftwing's going to hit the
Mu Yanling
Planeswalker here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this does make it hard for Sarah to recast Mu.
Yeah. Especially into 2 creatures on board.
Yeah.
And here's Grave Titan.
Gravy Train.
Well, at least the nice thing is, if Sarah doesn't have a lot of other threats in her hand, he can start really pressuring her here with play your 3/3 flyer to tap down the Grave Titan.
Yeah, Wrath of God. As I kind of predicted, looking pretty rancid.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been good last game. I could see why. I'm not a fan with, having the double pips, although he is able to cast it. But in this case, it's not looking amazing. I mean, if Sarah does have a bunch of fatties in hand, it could turn this game around.
Yeah, but, Evan has already extended himself fairly far.
Yeah.
Cast down, very good there.
Yep, and Kefnet.
Oh, man. Is Evan just forced to Wrath here?
I think so.
It's so rough, because it kills 2 of his real cards, and Kefnet just comes back eventually.
Eventually. I mean... I almost wishes he probably has another mana here, because Wrath of God into Jace would be a reasonable play.
It's always rough when you Wrath and then you don't have anything else to set up after it. So Sarah gets a turn of sort of unfettered casting of spells.
Yeah.
Like Mu Yanling.
Yeah, I think, looks like we're going to see the Wrath this turn.
Yep. Sarah probably also just sees the writing on the wall after that sacrifice attack.
Yeah. Suddenly taking that Blood for Bones looks very reasonable, although I guess it did draw into the Mu, which is going to come down uncontested again here.
Yeah. I mean, having Grave Titan not be in the conversation, I think would also be very good for Evan here.
Yeah. Yeah, and it is just a Mu, which I mean, it isn't ideal, but, you know, I think I'd prefer to see Moo than another giant fatty here.
Yeah. Oh,
Although that's,
Moo plus Drana is a lot more threatening.
Oh, we knew she had Drana, too.
Yeah, that's true. Charming Prince.
that
I'm not
Prince.
totally sure why Evan sided that in, and it doesn't look amazing here. I mean, Scry is going to be fine. It's just not great.
Amazing. I mean, Charming Prince, yeah, it's not going to help because Moo's just going to create that, well, either just minus it down or create a 4/4, and Drana's going to be Drana. I've seen that card run away with some games.
Yeah.
He's going to hold the Charming Prince for now.
Yeah, because Drana also gets a +1/+1 counter here, which means that...
Ooh.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I think her deck, even though she didn't like it, I think it's very reasonable.
Yeah. It probably will stumble against a more aggressive deck, I would imagine, but...
I mean, the fact that you got, you know, some big flyers and stuff, I don't know, we'll see, but I don't think there's a mono red deck in this draft in the end.
It sounded like probably not with Goblin Guide going so late.
So I could see that deck sneaking in a, yep, and here's our big flyer, and now he's really on the ropes. Yeah, I'm not sure what he can really get here. Charming Prince could... Well, he's facing down.
Charming Prince can flicker Jace to untap it, but it still has Summoning Sickness and just gets tapped down again by Frost Titan.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's just dead on board, I think.
Well, he's dead on board right now, but Charming Prince could gain life or flicker a blocker. Yeah, but that isn't going to stop the...
Yeah, I guess if Charming Prince flickers Jace, then Sarah can attack, tap down Charming Prince, Jace can chump block, and Evan goes to 6 and survives. Which is not great for him.
It's not 6, it's 5 because
oh, is it?
The first strike. First strike on Drana.
Oh, right. I forgot about that cute synergy. I mean, I don't know if it's synergy so much as the card is good, but...
I think I got by that before, so I remember it.
Drana is a card that doesn't see play very often, but it's always impressive when it does.
Yeah, I think it's like has some real like especially in a deck like this that has a lot of creatures in blue-black, it seems really good.
Mm-hmm.
It seems good also out of the sideboard in a controlling blue-black, either as a like get you against other control decks or even just as like a blocker against an aggro deck.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a blocker that can close out the game fairly quickly when it needs to.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those cards that I don't think would see meme board play a lot, but I think is very good, or could be very good in her deck, and can be very good coming out of the sideboard in the right situations.
Yeah. Evan, deep in the tank here, probably trying to figure out if there's any way he can win it.
I mean, Charming Prince, flickers Jace, Frost Titan attacks in and probably taps the Charming Prince.
To force Jace to die, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that seems like the best line Evan has.
Yeah. And then Moo ticks up on Charming Prince to continue to be a threat on the board. Oh.
Oh, right. Makeshift Mannequin could get Dungeon Geists, I suppose. I guess I forgot about that. So...
does Frost Titan...
Frost Titan will counter Dungeon Geist's ability, so the best thing it can tap down is probably
Drana
Bird or Drana. Probably Drana's better, even though it has less power because it pumps everything else.
Yeah.
Cloudscape also does something. Cloudscape bouncing Bird.
Yeah. I think that's got to be the play because then Cloudscape can either block or...
Well, Cloudscape's just getting killed by Moody Endling. Anything he brings back here gets killed by Moody Endling.
That's right.
So
You're right.
Really, it's just a question of what do you think the best enters the battlefield effect is, and it's probably Cloudscape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That will at least permanently deal with token rather than just tapping down something for a turn.
It's still going to be pretty rough here for Evan.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how he survives next turn, but...
No.
And that's if Sarah doesn't cast anything.
Yeah. So going to 3 here. Both creatures are going to be lethal next turn.
Liliana Death's Majesty.
Doesn't do any. Doesn't save him here.
No, just not quite strong enough. I mean, it can bring back Riftwing Cloudscape again, but
well,
or Sarah, right? We knew about the Sinister Sabotage. That's right.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Even if without the Sinister Sabotage, I guess Riftwing Cloudscape could. Yeah, it can't tap down the Frost Titan. The Frost Titan would then just tap it and attack for the win.
All right, I'm gonna go off Deathen to congratulate Sarah.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Nice work, Sarah. How do those fun bucks taste?
they're all right.
How did the real bucks taste?
I mean, I'm not cashing them out. I kind of just we've got a running tally.
We're
and
saving.
I assume
Sarah gets like 2 fancy cocktails the next time GP.
Yeah, the next time we meet up, it's just like, all right, you'll get some drinks for me. It's more what those real dollars.
All right, whichever one of you is not on Kendra's team, Kendra is ready to battle.
Well, Naomi's also ready.
I see.
am ready to battle.
You all figure it
I
out.
don't know Emmy.
Dan, let's go watch
Okay.
Ketsy.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
How's the match going so far?
I won the first one by Fractured Identity in Val's Oko.
That makes sense. That checks out.
I also then I
this
had
is
Gideon
Becky's.
and Val was ramping into like lots of mana. So I Oko'd his tapped Hedron Archive and then minus Gideon to kill it. And then
Alright.
I plow under 2 more lands, so that set him back from like 8 mana to a lot of mana.
That
or
makes
to like 4 or 5.
a lot of
So.
sense.
Yeah. I mean,
All right.
You're not gonna.
Dan, I'm gonna leave this one to you for a minute to
Okay.
commentate. I'm gonna go
Sure.
make a cocktail for my beautiful wife because she made me dinner.
Yay.
Yeah, that's very reasonable. Hello, Liz.
Hello, I am here to provide commentary when I'm paying attention, and mostly, honestly, I just got a box of 96 crayons, which I have
There
wanted
he
for
is.
my literally entire life, and so I am drawing with crayons. I'm gonna
That's
be real with you.
awesome.
Dope.
All right. Well,
All right.
I was gonna say,
Cast.
Ketsy definitely looked ahead, but if there's anything to get you back, it's a double cascade off a Maelstrom Wanderer.
Although the first one hitting Chromatic Lantern is not
It's
amazing.
not ideal. All right, so we got Chromatic Lantern and.
All right, I'll leave once I
Wildfire.
see what this cascade goes into. Wildfire would be pretty strong, although Arena Rector.
Actually, yeah, it would just get full loss. Yeah, well, Solemn.
Yeah, doesn't look amazing
ideal.
for poor Val.
And then Avacyn's gonna come in here. Oh yeah, because it's probably gonna be Avacyn comes in, and then Fractured Identity, the Maelstrom Wanderer, which has haste. And
Yeah.
attack for a bajillion gazillion.
Gosh, maybe I should wait because if this is game 2 and Ketsy's up a game, I feel like I might need to switch to a new match fairly soon.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Well, hey, he gets a life here
Mm-hmm.
off of the land.
It's like life.
Ketsy didn't even wait for Val to attack to cast Avacyn, which seems a little strange here.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully it's for that sweet F6 value. Well, it's not even F6 value because you're going to maybe want to block with the Arena Rector.
Well, F6 doesn't stop you from blocking. That's the one thing
okay.
it doesn't do.
It's got to be F6 value, but you do see the F6 there.
Yeah. Okay. Is Val just dead to a Fractured Identity? I don't think so.
No, he's got 2 blockers,
Yeah.
and there's only 1 flying attacker. So he's not just dead, but I can't imagine... Yeah, because like even if he somehow wipes the board, 1, it's going to be hard to get rid of that Worm Coil engine with 6 toughness.
It looks
second-
like Ketsy has seen a sudden demise off of Val, by the way. So
Yeah.
the board wipe is a real concern here.
Yeah. I mean, like, but what are you going to wipe? Like, you pick a color, right?
Ooh. Okay. This game
That
got
is-
closer.
Yeah, that was very timely negate.
Curious
I
if
think-
Val trades for Wormcoil here or just draws a card off Solemn.
Yeah.
All right, that's likely to make the game go long enough that I will go make a cocktail.
go get Liz a drink. Yeah, so I think Ketsy's still definitely up here, but Val has a lot of cards in hand. I don't know what he has that's going to be able to deal with a Wormcoil Engine, be able to deal with an Arena Rector without causing a Nico Bolas to show up, and also Hornet Queen is still waiting in the wings. Although I guess Hornet Queen would die to a sudden demise without Arena Rector being popped. So let's see what Val has here. There's also still a 4/4 flyer, though he still has 13 life, so it's not going to kill him immediately. Right off the top. Yeah, because unfortunately, I think pretty much all of the land destruction spells he has don't look very good here. Wildfire, I guess that would, like, Wildfire and Destructive Force would be able to kill the Avacyn, the Arena Rector, and the Caryatid, but they would leave Wormcoil Engine on the field. And, like I said, induce a Nico Bolas, which is presumably still in her deck. Chandra. So your Chandra could pop the Avacyn with the -3. As he does only have just a land on top. I mean, Chandra popping the Avacyn, you still have the Wanderer as a blocker for Wormcoil. Obviously, that'd still produce the tokens, but yep, Caryatid is still, or the Courser is still able to block the lifelink token. I'm really curious what else he has in hand here. Yeah, if it weren't for that Arena Rector, he wouldn't be in a half bad position. And passes. Well, there's Garruk. Ketsy did talk about how Garruk is able to fight your own creature, so it could fight the Arena Rector, bring out Nico Bolas. Nico Bolas could kill the Wanderer, I'm pretty sure, and that could set up a very good attack. I can't remember what other counter spells Val might have had. We saw the negate. I don't remember if he had anything else. Let me go back and check. Let's see here. Yeah, I think the negate may have been the only counterspell besides that Is It Charm? There's a Condescend. Let's see. All right, elects not to cast the Garruk now, just swings at Chandra, which makes sense. I don't think he really wants to block the Arena Rector. So that will at least be able to kill Chandra if it isn't blocked. He might elect to trade with the Wormcoil, unless that's heading at Chandra as well. I did not catch which, if that was swung at Chandra or at him. Oh, Lightning Bolt. Oh, is he going to double burn spell the Wormcoil? Does he have a Braid? No, a Braid. If he had just had a Braid, he would have hit it to begin with. Ah, that would do it. Wormcoil down, though he loses the Chandra to the Arena Rector, and now he's tapped out, so Garrett can fight the Arena Rector to kill it, which is what Ketsy's going to do here. And now this should allow her to grab her Nico Bolas God Pharaoh. It's a 7-mana Nico Bolas Planeswalker from Amonkhet or Hour. I think it was Hour of Devastation. Thinks about Nahiri, but yeah. That is Big Daddy Bolas. I can't remember. She's going to target him.
All right, I'm back.
Well, so Ketsy did do what she talked about, which was using Garrick to fight her own Arena Rector and hit an Avenger of Zendikar off of Val's library.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah. Yeah, and at this point, you know, the land destruction suddenly looks more valuable, but it leaves Ketsy with 2 Planeswalkers.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think he was in a reasonable position if that Arena Rector wasn't on the board. It's just a very hard card for him to deal with.
Yeah, that is a difficult card to play around if you don't have anything that can exile it.
Yeah.
Of which there is not a lot in Rug.
Can the Electro... Well, the Electro Dominance is on top, unfortunately, which means Nico Bolas would hit that if it plussed.
Yeah, having the top card of Val's Library Reveal is actually quite a boon to Ketsy here.
Yeah. And at this point, he's also only on 9 cards, even if Ketsy doesn't manage to kill him. You know, Nico Bolas could just mill him out at this rate.
That's true.
Is this going to be one of the land destruction spells?
Sudden Demise?
Sudden Demise. We did know about that.
X = 3, naming, I guess, green, presumably.
Yeah. It doesn't deal with the Avenger.
No.
Oh, but he doesn't want to kill his own stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Which makes sense. It's too bad Ketsy's at such a high life total, too. Otherwise, Val has a lot of mana. If her life were lower, he could potentially just Electro-Dominate her out. But I'm guessing this just trades for a Death Touch Worm.
Yeah. Or if anything, the Lifelink Worm, it's already got damage on it.
You're right, I forgot it had enough damage to do that.
Yeah, I think she saw that too. Switched it out for the Lifelink one instead of the Death Touch there.
Yup.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not sure what he really has that can deal with this.
Yeah, especially with Avenger of Zendikar out of his deck.
Yeah.
The casting of Sudden Demise also makes Hornet Queen more likely to see the battlefield. Although that also makes Val's Wildfires more alive.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, I think Ketsy would be perfectly fine with him casting Wildfires here.
Yeah.
And sit on her Planeswalkers.
Yeah. I mean, the real problem is Dan just doesn't have any way to finish out the game against Nico Bolas. Sorry, Val doesn't have any way to
Dan
the
really doesn't. But
does Destructive Force hit Planeswalkers? I don't think it does.
No.
That's unfortunate. But even then, only 5 damage. Nico Bolas says 9 loyalty. What cocktail did you make, Liz?
I made her a... the base is sparkling water, some Saint Germain, and some Grand Classico Amaro to give it a little bit of a bitter edge, and then a few different types of bitters.
Okay. What is Grand Classico Amaro?
So an Amaro is a bitter liqueur,
okay.
Just a general category. Grand Classico is one from the Tempest Fugit, I don't know what you'd call them, liquor producer.
Distillery?
I don't think they distill their own spirit.
Distill, but they take spirit and put flavors in it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So
They make
that kind of thing.
They make good stuff.
Interesting. She elects to hit his hand.
That is interesting. I mean, Electro Dominance isn't very good off of Nicol Bolas. That is certainly true. But
Oh, that's a +1. Okay, for some reason I was thinking that was a minus, and I was like, Electro Dominance, then, you know.
no, Nicol Bolas God Pharaoh is very strong.
Yeah, Nicol Bolas, I forgot, he's got four abilities. I don't know, I can see them. I can see 4. I guess I can't see their exact text, but...
Yeah. This streaming setup isn't perfect, but what can you do?
Just have
well, I can also
Scry
make
fall
my...
up in another window.
Yeah.
That's the real secret. Or at least that's my secret.
Oh, okay, he did have another counterspell, Dissolve.
I mean, that's good. That helps, but it's still, he just mills out. It seems inevitable.
Electro Dominance can be cast for... Electro Dominance can
9?
kill... Wait.
10 if he hits another land.
4,
So yeah,
7.
If he hits a land here, I guess he can kill Nicol Bolas, which puts him in a much better position.
Yeah. He's then got to block Avenger next turn. Oh, he has
I forgot about Ancestral Vision. Okay, well, if he can play a land, I guess he has 1 card in hand, and that card is Electro Dominance.
Yeah, so he can't play a land because the top of his library is Chandra.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, so he can Electro Dominance for 9 exactly, 1 away from killing Nicol Bolas, then Ketzi gets Chandra Flamecaller, and just runs away with the game. So I'm guessing this prompts a concession from Val.
Yeah, and like I said, even if he could cast the Electro Dominance here, he would take 4 on the next turn, losing the Courser in the process, because it's forced to chump Avenger.
Yeah.
Chandra can attack Garruk at that point. But...
Probably Chandra just plays defense at that point and wraths the board.
So is that 2-0 then?
Yeah, that is match for Ketzi. Congratulations, Ketzi.
Thanks. Were you guys watching that?
Yeah. That was a nail biter with what was on top of Val's deck.
I know.
Yeah, I think it adds an extra element of suspense.
Oh,
it helped me because knowing he had counter spells and stuff, I was like,
Discord,
okay.
how do I get out of the the view of everyone,
right
just in this current channel, back to the normal?
I'm not totally. I think you click on a different channel you want to look at.
Okay, I'm. Okay, 1 second. I'm trying to figure this out here. Yeah. Okay, stop watching, but then I'm just back in the participants here. Oh wait, here we go. Okay, I'm back. I figured it out.
Let's see. Let's follow Ketzi to her next match. Whoever that is.
I think she's gonna take a break.
Oh, is that what she said? I missed that.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so maybe
in that case, let's head over to Sarah and Cass.
Okay.
Hey, Cass, can you stream your match for us, please?
Yeah, give us a sec. Right, stream screen.
Sure.
The one with magic on it.
What game is this?
This is game 1.
Cool.
Believe, yeah.
Great. It's always awkward to bounce from game 3 to game 3.
Yeah.
Dan, I made myself. You could call it a Scotch and soda, but it's actually Japanese whiskey, so I guess it's technically a Toki highball.
Also, it's made with Toki.
It is made with Toki.
What type of Japanese whiskey is it?
Toki.
Oh, okay, that's what it's called. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a blended Japanese whiskey.
It's quite good for the price point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, it's just quite good, but
I mean, I wouldn't really drink it on its own, but I would absolutely put it in soda water.
yeah, like cheerfully any day.
So here we're looking at a sweet deck. So this looks like a red aggro deck that might be playing the Kiki Jiki combo, and also looks like it's looking to cheat in an Ulamog or something.
Yeah, I really like what Cass's deck is looking like here.
Yeah.
She seems to be playing from behind.
Yeah, but she does have the 3 to breach Ulamog in hand.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty good, although the zombie tokens make Sarah a lot more resilient to the Annihilator.
Yeah. Along with that, Drana leading the charge.
Ooh,
There's
Sarah
also a GT
attacking with everything here does make it more likely that Cass can resolve a really strong Ulamog attack with everything.
Yeah. There's also a GT as well.
Yeah.
Here, actually, I ended up getting, so you mentioned getting the Knob Creek. I ended up getting just the generic bottle of it.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. 100,
I'm gonna go
100 proof or?
What's...
no, I think it's 80. Wait, let me double check on that. I was actually gonna go grab myself a glass of that.
Yeah, do it.
That sounds like a good idea. I may have some bourbon after I finish this.
I will be right back, and I hope to see an Ulamog attacking on the board. So,
that would be sweet.
Yeah. All right. Be right back.
Karizev with First Strike also makes GT a little bit better because Cass can do what she's doing right now, kill the zombie before it ever gets a chance to deal combat damage to Karizev. Back when I designed magic puzzles for GatheringMagic.com, may it rest in peace, one of my favorite puzzles to do consistently was the puzzles that involved First Strike and doing something, taking some sort of game action between First Strike and normal damage, because there is technically a step there. Basically, if I did a board state puzzle, you could be pretty much guaranteed that if there was a creature with First Strike, the answer would somehow involve using the First Strike damage step to activate an ability or cast a spell. All right, so you getting your wish.
Draw the land.
Sarah did resolve a Doom Whisperer, which makes this much less likely to be straight lethal, but it's still going to be pretty bad for her.
Yeah, at least she's not dead on the crackback, which is good.
Mm-hmm.
Because the GT is going to help Booty.
Yeah, GT basically guarantees that. The Doom Whisperer almost certainly has to chump Ulamog here.
Yeah.
Which means that Zombie Token and 3 lands are probably dying.
Yeah, I think it has to. If it blocks one of the 3 power things. Yeah, actually that's 18 with the GT counter if the Ulamog is not blocked.
Yeah. It's a very strong attack from Cass.
Yeah.
Good example of why, aggressive decks work well with the more combo-y aspects.
Yep.
I feel like a lot of people try to force the combo decks into a, blue-based control preordained shell to try to assemble the combo pieces as reliably as possible, but you don't really need that. You could just be an aggro deck that forces them to use all of their removal on your early aggressive creatures, and then land something like this and just force them to chump your Ulamog and lose a bunch of lands.
We didn't end up seeing it with the draft we followed, but I was thinking, if we did get to talk about pick one, pack one choices, I guess the utility of picking cards like Kiki Jiki first over maybe more generic cards, because they are more open than they seem, I guess.
Yeah. Sarah's surveilling here when her life total is a fairly precious resource.
Well, I think she recognizes, given that GT and stuff, she's in a little bit of a pickle. If she doesn't draw something good.
Yeah.
Because she can't swing back for the win. And I don't think 2 zombies are going to be able to save her in the long run.
Yeah.
Although she is at 3 now, so I wonder what she was looking for.
Yeah, it's unclear, because 3 is enough that Karizev plus Pestermite will kill her.
Yeah.
And she has enough GT counters that she can just kill 2 zombies or Drana if she wants to.
Yeah.
So
I don't even think she needs to. She's only being attacked for 10 here.
I meant just to force through more damage on Sarah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
so let's look
very
at the
impressive. Cass was way behind on board, and then. All right, yeah. So this is just a very aggressive red deck, playing a few blue cards. Snapcaster Mage to flashback. Not a lot of instants and sorceries actually. I'm not sure I like the Snapcaster Mage all that much, but.
Lutri's in the side as well.
So sweet. So sweet.
Yeah. I like bringing in the Essence Scatter here.
Yeah, Essence Scatter seems really good against Sarah's many 5 drops. I'm surprised to see Koth not in the main board.
Yeah. I am intrigued. I would probably play that over the Snapcaster Mage.
Yeah, I agree. Interestingly, Cass is boarding down to a much less aggressive version, taking out Borderland Marauder, Goblin Guide, light up the stage.
And the shield breaker is coming in. I think Cass only saw the Mind Stone.
That's the only artifact that was on the board when the game ended. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like it's still a 2/1 creature, which is obviously not good by cube standards, but.
It attacks and it blocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I like the sideboarding, really.
I like the Essence Scatter. I like the Venser.
I think
Region.
I think being aggressive against Sarah's deck is really strong.
Yeah, I agree. Like I said, I like the Essence Scatter. It's cheap. It's probably going to be good. Venser's probably fine. It's just good tempo. Not sure about the Icefall, and I'm definitely not really a fan of that Shield Breaker. I think this hand is unkeepable from Cass.
Oh, terrible, yeah.
And yeah, you're right. It was the 100 proof Knob Creek.
Yeah, that was so good.
It's really good stuff.
Yeah. I think this is the first real bourbon I had, but I like drinking it, so hey.
There you go.
All right, this is a pretty reasonable hand.
Yeah, I mean,
Royal Science is...
Again, it's fairly slow against what Sarah's trying to do.
I was going to say, it's actually probably at its worst against Sarah, given that she's playing a, beat-down control deck, and the Royal Scions just does not seem good against giant flyers.
Legion Warboss is a really strong draw. Sarah doesn't have quite as much disruption as she might like, so there's a very reasonable chance that she can just lose the game to Warboss.
Yeah.
Cass playing Abbot of Carol Keep on turn 2 with really no hope of ever casting whatever it exiles.
Yep.
But the prowess will be good with Royal Scions here.
Yeah.
No play before combat. What is going on? Either Warboss or Royal Scions would have been excellent pre-combat.
Yeah,
That seems really bad.
I think maybe Cass sees the open mana and is hoping to bait something, which seems a little... I still don't like the play, but I think that might be the reasoning.
I think you might be right, but yeah, I think that was just a mistake.
3 open mana after no, turn 2, turn 3 play from a very strong cubist, I think probably lets another strong cubist, know that something must be up that they capped the hand they did.
Yeah, I mean, I could have seen... I guess.
Sorry, viewers, that was real bad. All right.
Okay. Yeah, Cass understands.
That's gorgeous.
Here we are, trying to.
Well,
although playing the
Sarah did have the cast down, so if Cass had, it was not the right play, but if Cass had cast the Royal Scions pre-combat, she would have gotten in 2 fewer damage than she actually did in practice.
Yeah, and if she played the Legion War Boss, it would have been killed.
Yep.
So, what do you know?
There you go.
Cass, you
This
can
is
take back that
interesting.
message.
I like discarding Snapcaster here. I just, again, don't think that card's great in this matchup.
Agreed.
But, I guess with a Snapcaster in hand, discarding Venser, or discarding Essence Scatter makes a certain amount of sense. But
That's true.
And
no play again from Sarah.
Yeah, that's strange.
Oh, nope. Hold on.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
I question though what she's holding on to. Obviously, the cast down makes sense, but no play on turn 4 besides the bounce.
Yeah,
like she can't.
I assume Cass is just playing War Boss here to start getting in damage again.
Yeah.
Like I don't think you hold up Venser.
I
don't think you're trying to play that reactive of a game.
I do kind of wonder, given that there wasn't any strong plays on turn 3 and 4, if you might even want to consider playing the Venser to set them back yet another turn.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, you can fairly reasonably infer that Sarah had some amount... Oh, Sarah mulliganed a lot, right? Sarah began with 6 cards in hand, just mulliganed once, but...
Yeah. Ooh, and that Venser is going... If Sarah doesn't have anything else in hand, is maybe holding some 5-drops, that Venser can do a number here.
At this point, War Boss is strong enough that I think I probably do like holding up Venser and just using... just either taking over the game with War Boss or Venser plus Snapcaster Essence Scatter.
Yeah, here you have your bases covered because you have the Venser and you also have Snapcaster Essence Scatter.
And you even have Pestermite to just put a little more damage on the board if Sarah doesn't do anything. Okay, well, yeah. Sarah had enough. All right,
so
congratulations, Cass.
Yeah.
I'm taking like 7 that turn. There's just no coming back from it.
Cass, I think it's really funny that your extremely egregious misplay ended up getting you into damage you would not have gotten in otherwise.
It ended up winning the game, like straight up, like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were discussing if maybe you had inferred that Sarah had something, given that Sarah kept a hand with apparently nothing, and there's no way that was going to happen otherwise.
Yeah.
All according to Keikaku.
I mean, I think if we had actually been thinking instead of just like focusing on verbally shitposting, we might have gone ahead and just played Royal Scions there to try to bait out removal on the creature, and then also get a prowess trigger and plus Royal Scions on it. But
that's what I was expecting you to do.
Yeah.
All right. Dan, you want to go to another match channel, see what Ketsi and Amber are up to?
Sure.
All
right.
Well,
you got like Squirrel Hermit.
How's this match going? What's the record so far?
I'm about to be down again unless I get lucky. So.
This is game 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, it's Nikki Balls. Hi, Nikki Balls.
Yeah. All right, I'm deafening.
What we got here? Yeah, this is oh well. I was gonna say this is a precarious situation. All right, what deck do we have here? So this is what is this? An Abzan like a mid-range Abzan?
Yeah, it looks like fairly rampy, but not like a dedicated ramp.
Oh, it's a token stack.
That's pretty cool.
Awakening Zone with, you got an Override there, you got a Johnny.
Amber just showing us all of her cards. Appreciate that.
Yeah. I like this. This is unique. So
yeah.
Abzan like token aggro sort of.
Yeah. Yeah, Johnny to really push through the damage. Miri also very good at pushing through damage. Awakening Zone actually on the chopping block. It will be taken out of the cube once Zendikar Rising releases, but still in for now.
Yeah, I like Awakening Zone. I think that's one of my favorite cards.
I know. I have a lot of affection for it too. I really love it. But
what have you seen out of the new Zendikar that's going to push old Zendikar out?
The card in particular that's pushing Awakening Zone out is the 3-mana Regrowth that is a split card with a forest that enters tapped.
Okay, that's reasonable.
Yeah, it's so flexible. It's flexible in exactly the right way, right? Like,
yeah,
when you have enough lands, you don't really care that much that the regrowth is just a more expensive version of a card in your graveyard.
Yeah.
Just you get the best card you've cast this game back.
I think the only defense for Awakening Zone, which, you know, obviously it's probably not the word really listening to, but Awakening Zone is such a unique effect. There aren't very many regular token generators.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. It was a heartbreak to cut it. Especially because it has so many, like, little synergies with the rest of the cube. Like, you know, Amber has Overwhelming Stampede, for example.
Yeah.
And, like, if you just get 4 Eldrazi tokens and a 4/4, and you cast Overwhelming Stampede, then that's 20 damage.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I was also going to say, this seems like the exact deck that Ketsi does not want to face, given that Ketsi notably did not have a Wrath of God in her deck.
Yeah, this would be really difficult for Ketsi. You know, I'm not sure I've ever seen light mode Discord until this very instant.
Yeah, I was sort of looking away, so I didn't see it. So I am still unspoiled as to light mode Discord.
This is interesting.
Ketsi
gets that off that early Once Upon a Time. Really, really strong. Yeah, Amber keeps this, I guess, like, Sakura Tribe Elder makes the lack of black way less painful. That's one of the nice things about that card. It fixes. And Night's Whisper makes the mana heaviness of this draw.
Yeah, and there's nothing in this hand that, like, super wants to be cast. Well, there's some black. I was gonna say, there's nothing super in this hand that, like, wants to be cast on curve. So, like, needing to, you know, take 2 turns to find a black source isn't too bad.
Yeah, drawing a land there was pretty bad for Amber.
Yeah,
it does seem
if anything, yeah.
She wants action that affects the board.
So no, well, we might get a 2-drop, I guess. But Addison's Pilgrim is coming in. Another land that's not ideal, but you do have the Night's Whisper and the Adventure on the Knight to help draw some cards.
Yeah, the card draw there is very nice. I think. Oh, Amber's playing Sakura Tribe Elder over Night's Whisper. That's interesting. I would have expected.
I could see it. Like if you draw off of Night's Whisper, you know, you're not playing anything this turn. With Sakura Tribe Elder, you sack. You have 4 lands next turn. You can probably just Night Whisper and hope to follow it up with something.
Yeah, I guess it depends how many really good 3s you have in the deck. I thought I saw a Tireless Tracker in Amber's deck, which makes me more interested in saving the Sakura Tribe Elder and trying to hit Tracker off of Whisper, but...
That's true.
I could see it either way. Ketsi, 4 mana, nothing pre-combat, no plays, which is suspicious, to say the least. Yeah, although it looks like Ketsi doesn't have any more lands in hand, it's possible she's a little bit mana screwed. Because she played the Horizon Canopy, which usually means no lands. Ob Nixilis is a great draw here.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're probably going to see the Night's Whisper, and then probably a pass if there's no 2-drop.
Yeah, I think that's likely. Fetid Heath and Twilight Mire. Tapping for mana is not going to be easy for Amber.
Yeah.
Ooh, Sword of Body and Mind. Sword of Body and Mind quite strong in a deck with a bunch of tokens.
Is Amber going to play out the Knight?
Interesting. I would not have expected that.
No. I mean, I think maybe she saw the Phyrexian Arena and the Ob Nixilis and thinks that she doesn't really need the 1 extra card, already considering the Ob Nixilis and Phyrexian Arena are going to be draining her.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe she thinks that something's going to come down with haste, or there's something in hand.
Or maybe, like, you know, she has enough time. Like, next turn she's using all her mana to cast Ob Nixilis. She has Sword of Body and Mind as a mana sink that really wants a creature in play. Maybe she's feeling like just taking the opportunity to play Foulmire Knight, get it on the battlefield. She could even just equip Sword here if she wants to.
That might be the option, as she's looking to suit up the Knight with the Sword.
You inspired me, Dan, and now I'm sipping on my own Knob Creek.
Is it the, did you get the special reserve or the...
I think this is a special reserve.
I think it's 120 proof. It's actually a special selection by a liquor store. Like, it's got a little plaque on it.
Yeah, that's right. We got it
by Flatiron Wines and Spirits.
Yeah.
So presumably New York City.
I think I just picked it up when we were in New York.
This is the Colagons Command, I bet.
Oh, you're right. It's going to be pretty brutal for Amber.
Yeah.
Probably that and discard? Oh, no, 2 damage.
Yeah, just kill the knight.
I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
Ketsy's got a lot of big creatures that don't attack very well through that.
I think that's reasonable. I also wonder if Ketsy's got the identity in hand.
Yeah, that would really obviously be a great answer to Obnixilis.
Yep.
Also, it would explain why Ketsy kept this hand.
Yeah.
That
Is
really is
Fractured
not very
Identity an
proactive.
instant?
I believe it's a sorcery.
Okay. Yeah, because, I don't know what she's got. She's got 5 cards in hand, didn't play a land, and is also not playing anything to the board.
Yeah.
I bet there's a Fractured Identity there.
I bet so as well.
So here's the question. Do you fracture Identity at Phyrexian Arena?
You know, I might. In this matchup, I might.
I think so. Like, also because it's Amber, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not as versed. Amber hasn't played...
You mean you don't know all my friends' names who you've mostly never met?
Yeah, I apologize. If I come back to cast, I'll definitely have to brush up on cards in the cube and players' names. Be a real color commentator.
I love this Lotus Cobra. Use the mana from Lotus Cobra to sacrifice a Horizon land.
Did you hear that Lotus Cobras apparently might be coming back with new Zendikar?
Yeah, I really like the new art too. I might try to pick one up for my cube,
now.
my physical
it's
cube.
Not just a very likely.
The new Lotus Cobra.
Oh yeah, that's pretty sweet.
Avacyn.
Avacyn's good. Avacyn really rewards Amber for not having played Obnixilis here. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's true.
I wonder, like, obviously it ends up working out very well that Amber didn't play Obnixilis. I wonder what was going through her head to lead her to make the decision to play Arena instead.
Yeah, that's interesting. I would love to get an answer to that. I don't know what she's expecting for Ketsy to have. I wonder what she saw in previous games if Avacyn made an appearance.
Yeah, it's definitely possible she just had the read on Avacyn.
She might have been informed by her teammates that Avacyn was a card that Ketsy had.
Yeah, definitely.
Because we have seen it in previous matches by now.
Yeah, it definitely came down against Val.
And I think she probably might have a decent enough idea of Ketsy's deck to know that, like, 5 mana with no plays is very suspicious.
Yeah.
Internet, damn. Yeah, so I think Amber's really going to want some sort of gas here.
Yeah, I mean, Obnixilis helps. Obnixilis killing Avacyn is quite strong.
Yeah. Ugh, another land. And another.
Wow, this is pretty brutal. Draw-wise. I mean, drawing the Obnixilis was really good for Amber. Yeah. And the Phyrexian Arena was strong too, but...
Yeah.
Wow, this is a lot of lands.
Yeah. If Ketsy doesn't have the Fractured Identity, this could be potentially good.
Yeah.
I do have to, I mean, obviously, like, being able to kill Avacyn there is very good, but I do have to wonder, Amber's on 11, is potentially going to be losing 2, obviously going to get to draw 2 cards, so, you know, is presumably going to draw out of this land glut at some point, but, you know, losing 2 life a turn when you're on 11 to draw cards, not, I mean, it's fine, but not...
I'm actually wondering if maybe, like, Ketsy Fractured Identitying the Obnixilis here is kind of not the worst case scenario for Amber.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I actually have to wonder if Nico Bolas is waiting in the wings as well.
Ooh, that is possible. Ketsy does have full Wooburg here.
Yep, and 7 mana. Well, now 8. Can't cast Ashen Rider. tapping. Notice tapping the. Wow, tapping for full life. I wonder what we had.
Yeah, you called it. Nicol Bolas Godpharaoh. Probably +2ing.
Yeah.
Although killing Ob Nixilis isn't
actually
like the least possible. I guess if it does that, it probably kills Lotus Cobra attack Ob Nixilis.
Yeah, I do have to wonder. Maybe does Ketsi just go aggro and hit for 7, like to the face, with the Phyrexian Arena ticking down?
That's not a bad plan.
It's aggressive. I don't know if I would do it.
But it puts Amber to 4. She really can't afford not to block the Avacyn's Pilgrim at that point.
Yeah, and then like if you want to take Ob Nixilis off, that's another,
Yeah, probably she just can't tick up Ob Nixilis, which effectively kills that card too. Yeah, I like that line a lot, actually. We'll see if Ketsi agrees.
Yeah. She's obviously considering her options. Let's see. Deep in the tank.
I mean, with Ketsi this deep in the tank, you gotta figure that she's at least considering the aggressive plan, right?
Yeah. Yep, I gotta think so.
Wait, there was just a stream delay. So Ketsi plus Nicol Bolas got Miri, Amber cast Devoted Druid, plus Obnix. Overwhelming Stampede is very relevant here. We've got kind of a race going on.
Yeah, so here's the Awakening Zone.
Unfortunately, Awakening Zone doesn't get a creature fast enough to attack next turn, which maybe when it's necessary. In fact, is Amber just dead on board to Nicol Bolas minus and Miri forcing blocks to be really awkward?
What's Miri's ability do?
All I remember off the top of my head is that it makes blocks bad.
I'll look it up. I'll look it up.
But I think it's that each creature can't be blocked by more than one creature. Maybe each creature...
Each opponent can't block with more than one creature this combat.
Okay. So that's not actually enough to kill Amber right off.
Oh, no, it is, because 7 to the face... Avacyn's Pilgrim can get in because I think it only allows 1 blocker in total.
Yeah.
And then that puts...
Oh, and then Phyrexian Arena.
Phyrexian Arena.
You're right, I forgot about Phyrexian Arena. Yeah, so that actually would have done it. Ketsi got...
Ketsi...
went for the sweeter play and +2'd. Which, like...
I don't think
hitting the worst possible thing, yeah.
I don't think that's the sweeter play when you ignore lethal to make a sweet play.
I don't know. I personally, Natalie, I believe that Nicol Bolas Godpharaoh's +2 ability is the most fun you can possibly have in Magic. I think Cascade U is just the best possible play you can ever make. Just in terms of raw fun value. And so I understand why Ketsi would do that, despite leaving lethal on the table.
I feel I'm a bit of a bad person because I feel some of the most fun you can have is playing a card your opponent wouldn't expect you to have. Like, I don't know where you'd be playing it, but like the Narset that prevents draws, your opponent hovering your card and then conceding.
That is also pretty fun. That they call that the shatter pause, where your opponent just like does nothing for like 10 seconds because they're reading your card and just sort of their mind is blowing in real time about what the fuck you're even doing playing that card and how bad it is for them in this particular circumstance.
Oh, I did have an instance of that. They didn't immediately concede to it. I was playing some Historic right before coming on the stream. And I decided I was playing just like an Esper Yorion control pile. I was up against a Sultai ramp deck, had seen their hand with a Thoughtseize. They had a negate and 3 eliminates in hand. I had 1 card in hand that was a Dream Trawler. played that card and just like ran away with the game with that.
Amber concedes here, which, you know, I honestly don't love conceding there. Because Ketsi has already shown that she is not willing to deal 7 damage to Amber's face. I think Amber should have played to Ketsi misplaying again and giving her an out to Overwhelming Stampede.
Especially with the Overwhelming Stampede in hand.
Because, like, Amber has the possibility of playing playing Karn, making a Karn struct, and just drawing some creature with a lot of power and attacking for a lot of damage next turn.
Yep, that's true. I guess looking at her deck, I forgot that Overwhelming Stampede does on creature power. She doesn't have a lot of high-powered creatures in that deck.
You're right. You're right.
The highest she's got is 3 power base. Tireless Tracker can get bigger. But, like, Miri and Tireless Tracker are 3 power creatures, and other than that...
It is kind of an awkward Overwhelming Stampede deck, and I say that as someone who adores the card Overwhelming Stampede.
I had forgotten that Overwhelming Stampede was based on largest creature. I was kind of assuming for a second it was just like a standard plus like 2 or plus 3 or something.
No, it's not just Overrun. Usually it's a lot better than Overrun, but you do need to have some like 4 power creature or something to make that great. And Amber does not.
Yeah, and one of her biggest sources of big creatures is in her board. She in favor of the Phyrexian Arena, she took a Johnny out.
Yeah, I don't know if I like that very much. I think...
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't... Well, Master is fine against some of the small mana dorks, but may not be in time to actually kill them off, and Ketsi doesn't have a ton of small creatures. Maybe Amber doesn't realize that.
Yeah. I
mean, it is a token source.
I still like a Johnny over Master, I think. I also just like Voice of Resurgence, even if your opponent isn't playing instant speed most of the time, just because it's just a strong creature that becomes an even stronger creature when it dies, you know?
Actually, honestly, a card I would consider taking out is I think she's got Command the Dreadhorde there in her 6-drop slot, and I'm not sure I'm a big fan of that card here over
it can get some powerful Planeswalkers from Ketsi, but that relies on Amber's ability to kill those Planeswalkers.
Yeah.
And
I would much rather just go full on the, like, I'm going to make some tokens, pump them up, and just overrun you. Or overwhelm you.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Amber taking more of an aggro token stance in this match is going to serve her better than trying to do something like a sick endgame Command the Dreadhorde. Especially because Ketsi does put some pressure on her life total.
Yeah, so I think you keep this 6. What card do you bin here? Probably either the Master or the Sorin.
I binned Master. Again, it's just not...
Master too.
It's harder to cast. Sorin can get cast off of any land. Master requires specifically a green source.
Sorin's also going to create the... gets rid of the Sorin, though. Yeah, I'm with you. I would have probably gotten rid of the Master there.
Yeah, they both are sources of tokens. And I don't know. Sorin just seems more resilient here.
Yeah, agreed. And there's the Once Upon a Time again.
What a good card. Ketsi's luck with Ancestral Visions extending to casting Once Upon a Time as her first spell twice in one match, which is very strong.
Is Ketsi on the 41 card special? Looks to be the case.
No, she did mulligan.
No, but I mean, she's got 40, so she's got 34
cards.
Oh,
yeah, you're right.
Cards in hand.
You're right, she is on the 41 card special.
Well, Amber does at least draw the forest for the...
Yeah. You can always tell someone who's mostly used to playing on Arena because they drag their cards onto the battlefield instead of just
noticed that earlier. I was going to comment on it, but it felt rude. But yes, I will say that now that you've pointed it out.
She did draw the second green for Master.
Yeah,
Miri into Master is a pretty strong curve.
That is true. I did note that. So here I imagine, can you Cobra? Yeah, no, you can't. Can't this turn.
Yeah, you can't get extra value out of Cobra here.
Yeah, Cobra's not really ramping into much. I think I'd play the Miri.
Yeah, I think you just want to get the damage in. Amber disagrees, but I think I disagree with Amber.
Yeah. Well, this does put 3 power on the board as well, just in 2 bodies.
That's true. That's a fair point.
Yeah. And maybe it will induce removal on one of these creatures, which is not going to be that important.
Yeah, that's much better than removal on Miri.
But I'm going to get a Palladium Mirror, which is kind of scary.
Yep.
There's the Command the Dread Horde, but...
That would be a lot better here if it were a...
Johnny?
Yeah, a Johnny or a... the Elemental thing.
Elemental thing.
That costs green-white. Voice of Resurgence.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Or not Simic, Selesnya, obviously.
Yeah.
The one that makes sense.
All right.
Yeah.
I like this Lotus Cobra attack a lot.
I didn't note that Amber had the Resurgence out.
Yeah, it's not in her deck. It's another one that's sitting
Okay.
in her sideboard. I think it would be better in her deck, personally.
Yeah.
And
I
what's...
don't know. I'm not. I kind of agree. I'm not convinced that Wurmcoil. That is brutal.
Yeah, Wurmcoil. One of its functions in the cube is to act as a limiter on these aggressive decks and give ramp.
One thing that Amber did bring in is the Oblivion Ring.
That's true. So she does have at least one very good answer to Wurmcoil.
Well, here Amber can load up the board.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the Wurmcoil is going to be able to attack.
Yeah, Wurmcoil is still very good, but I actually don't like playing the Sunbaked Canyon here because I think one of the ways Amber wins this game is to trade for the Wurmcoil and then command the Dread Horde to get her own Wurmcoil.
I was going to say, like, is she just going to try to narc a bunch of Ketsy's creatures and then just get them back with commands?
I don't hate that. Like, she could potentially trade Master, Wolf, and Druid for Wurmcoil Engine, and then just command the Dread Horde to get back all of those creatures.
No, even better. She can Master and Miri the Wurmcoil, kill the Palladium Mirror with the Wolf token.
Yeah.
It
looks like she's tapping the Master, which makes it much harder for her to trade with this Wurmcoil, which in turn makes the command much worse.
I can see it, though. She can still trade with the Cobra, Druid, Miri, but needs to draw a swamp that way.
That's true.
And this way, I think she's afraid of the Mirror just casting another, like, Bolas this turn.
Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, you're right. It's probably better to get rid of the Palladium Mirror as eagerly as possible.
Also here, there can't be an Avacyn threaten as well, because that would also be brutal to stack block Wurmcoil
so bad.
and then just get...
I mean, Ketsy could still play another land, but it makes Avacyn much less likely.
Let's see if this comes in untapped.
Comes in untapped. Ketsy doesn't even really need to have Avacyn here to make Amber's life really difficult.
Yeah. The real question is, do you just let Wurmcoil die? No, it's just... I guess Amber's got 5 lands, so I don't think... I was going to say, do you just let Wurmcoil die, play Avacyn, so Avacyn will flip and wipe Amber's board?
Is there a chance to play Avacyn where she flips and doesn't give your stuff indestructible?
Do you play her post-combat?
I don't remember if...
Oh, no, she has to see the creature dying.
Yeah, that's what I kind of thought.
Okay. She does have to see the creature die.
Oh, Fractured Identity. Never amazing for
Brutal.
The other side. Gonna be really good for Ketsy.
Yeah, and Amber just doesn't have, like, anything.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to imagine Amber winning this game from this point. I think she needed to try to trade for Wurmcoil.
Yeah.
I also think she needed to not play Sunbaked Canyon, so she would have double black for command if she needed it, but... Maybe... I mean, that's rough because then she can't play Miri the turn before, so it's a difficult trade-off.
Yeah. Well, let's see here. This turn, Sakura can block Wurmcoil Engine at least without life gain. But, obviously still deep in the hole here.
Yeah. I mean...
It sets up a command, but she just can't command for, like, anything good.
Yeah. and part of the difficulty here is just like Fractured Identity and Wormcoil Engine are two of the strongest cards in this cube, and Ketsi has both of them, and it's just, what are you gonna do?
And like Master's gonna do what Master does against like other small green dorks.
Yep.
Which granted was Amber's card to start with, but is now playing for the other team.
Yeah. Yeah, Amber would have. Yeah, even like Overwhelming Stampede would be difficult. Even if Ketsi didn't have Wormcoil, because Master of the Wild Hunt could just snipe this Miri, and then it would only be +2/+2 for only a few creatures.
Yeah.
Ketsi's life total, again, very high because of the Wormcoil. I mean, this is kind of why I like taking Amber's deck in a more aggressive direction. It's possible Wormcoil is a reason not to do that. It's possible that's what she was thinking.
I mean, I don't fault her for bringing in the Oblivion Ring. I just don't think, like, Command the Dreadhorde in her deck.
Yeah, I certainly agree.
I don't think Voice of Resurgence is that amazing. I just, don't like this Command the Dreadhorde over a Johnny. I mean, like, a Johnny probably wouldn't help a ton here, but at least she'd have some beefier creatures and not be paying 3... What is it based on CMC? Yeah, CMC. Paying, 4 life to get back 3 power worth of creatures?
Yeah. I wouldn't be
Maybe
surprised
6.
if Ketsi just trades a wolf for this. Oh, what is
no,
this?
It's gonna be Avacyn.
Oh, you're right. Ugh. Wrecked. So it seems like Ketsi probably did have the Avacyn when she attacked in with Wormcoil, which means
I think so.
Amber kind of was in between a rock and a hard place, let's say.
Yeah. What does... Let me check. Again. Johnny Mentor of Heroes. Yeah, Johnny Mentor of Heroes doesn't have removal.
No. No, it's protecting itself is just, like, making creatures beefier.
Yeah, I think that's probably why it's tends to be a more narrow card. Like, it's a little bit win more because it's buffing your existing creatures or finding you more creatures.
Yeah, but it's
100 life.
It's very strong with, like, cheap mana dorks where it can make creatures that aren't relevant into very relevant creatures very quickly. And also, like, if you have any amount of defense, starting to plus it to look at cards from your library can be really strong.
Yeah. I was going to say, the one thing that might be happening here, at least, is the Awakening Zone token can block Wormcoil very profitably.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping Ketsi's life total at a meager 16, so you can attack with the Lotus Cobra.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it's just hard to shake the fact that Amber is way behind. Ketsi is generating advantage for free every turn with Master of the Wild Hunt.
Yeah. I think the only way Amber could theoretically win is if we went to playing literal Magic and somehow snuck in an attack with Lotus Cobra and successfully argued that it's poisonous.
Flavor judge.
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't know what she has in her deck that I think she might have stalled out here again.
Oh, yeah, it looks like the stream is potentially going bonker. Here, Ketsi has her own stream, so I'm just going to switch over to that. Oh, and it looks like it's over.
Yeah.
All right, good games, y'all.
Yeah.
Good games.
That's how it be sometimes.
Yeah. This one I just got stomped.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not feeling too hot about this deck so far, honestly. It is definitely not impressed, unfortunately, but the deck is really good.
Yeah, my dex is pretty strong if I don't, just get run over early.
Dan, you want to head over to Wowie?
Sure.
All right.
Howdy.
Hey, Evan or Kendra, can one of you stream on Discord for us, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Let's see. How do I do that? There we go.
What's the record so far?
Game 1.
Perfect time to drop in.
Big Shrine of Loyal Legions.
Shrine of Royal Regions.
Oh, geez.
That's
That is
lots
a big
of-
shrine.
That is a really big shrine.
Large creatures.
What are we looking at here? 16? Yeah, that's healthy.
Now they're all.
Yeah, I mean, that's... Oh, and that's a Micaeus, too.
Yeah,
And a
Micaeus
Skullclamp.
and Skullclamp really able to do anything Kendra wants with this,
Ooh.
with these mirror.
And a Lawkeeper, too.
Yeah. It's going to be tough for Evan to come back from this, because... Well, that's an interesting use of Micaeus. Sorcery speed, not pumping the
itself.
mirror.
I wonder if that was a misclick.
Maybe? You have to click twice to do that at sorcery speed.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, to be fair, if Evan has a Wrath, he's got a chance.
And there was Wrath of God in the draft. We don't know who ended up with it.
Evan had it, didn't he? Because didn't he bring it in against Ketsi?
Oh, that's right.
board?
You're right.
I forget. I didn't hear. Which game is this?
Game 1.
Game 2. Okay, so I don't think he has it, unfortunately. I think it's in his board.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But he does.
No. I think it was actually in his main deck. So
Really? Okay.
if
Well,
I'm
then he does have
remembering right,
access
which I
to
might
it.
not be, but
He does have access to it.
yeah, and Factor Fiction is going to get cast here, certainly. Jace Vryn's
Unless-
Prodigy plus Curator of Mysteries is really good. Oh, this is Evan's turn. I missed that.
Yeah, it's Evan's turn. Yeah,
Gradually
so-
getting worse at understanding magic as I drink more bourbon.
I've only had my one. I feel pretty good.
My alcohol tolerance has just gone down and down in quarantine. Turns out
Mine since my entire grad school career has just been like amazingly variable. Like some days I feel like I could have a beer or two and feel like I'm getting a headache and have to quit. And other days I have like 7 drinks over the course of a party and feel completely fine.
What's a party?
Over like several hours.
No, I mean, what is a party? You said the word party, and I don't know what that means.
Oh, I get it. It's a thing when people used to get together back in the olden days, and they like actually hung out and talked to each other like in bodily person.
That's
and it
so
was super
weird.
strange.
Sounds amazing.
Yeah. It was a very odd occurrence. You know, it's one of the few things we look back on the ancient days and, you know, reminisce about, I guess, besides like clean skies and, you know, the world not being completely destroyed by humans.
Yeah, the dream. Let's see. Evan trying to figure out what to do with this Jace, which makes sense because Jace is a card with many modes.
I feel like what does he have in the bin?
You're right. There is Wrath of God in his sideboard.
Okay. Yeah.
He has Connive Concoct in the graveyard right now. I
Yeah,
don't know
but
what he's going to
I don't know what he's
necessarily.
gonna steal with
He could
it,
take
like,
Micaeus. That's actually pretty good.
It's power, isn't it? Not converted mana cost.
Oh, you might be right.
And there's a Thalia. Wait,
Yeah.
no, he's doing the reanimation thing. I think he's hoping to hit something, but he's not getting it.
He could get mind control here. Oh no, this is the surveil.
It's creature.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just misunderstanding.
Yeah, so he's just gonna get Vendilion Click, which I don't think it's gonna be enough. I don't think he's dead.
But he is definitely getting attacked for 12. Which could be 18 if Kendra had decided to use Micaeus more aggressively.
He's gonna be attacked for 15 and lose a blocker on the Lawkeeper tap.
Yeah, yeah.
So
That's
he's
true.
not dead.
But he's pretty close.
He's pretty close. I think.
We'll see. I wonder if Kendra has much burn in her deck.
I mean, I don't think it matters. Like, he's not going to kill Kendra, and unless he has the Wrath of God somehow in his main deck, and we messed with that, I'm not sure what else he's got that can wipe this board.
Yeah, there's no way Wrath of God is his main deck, because he has Wrath of God right there
also,
visible in his sideboard.
Selfless Spirit is going to stop a lot of shenanigans.
Yeah. Selfless Spirit rapidly rising in people's estimations in terms of powerful white 2-drops.
I have traditionally liked drafting white weenie back in the day. I just never did it much because I usually draft with Michelle and I tend to metagame.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Michelle, and I guess Michelle has drafted out, like, branched out more, but then again, I also haven't drafted a lot in the past 5 years.
Yeah.
So...
Evan's, once again, siding in more white, which makes his deck less consistent, but potentially better. I don't know how I feel about this Seasoned Hallowed Blade. I don't know if he wants to be... I guess trading random cards in hand for Kendra's attackers is actually pretty alright for him.
Now, I'd rather see Dungeon Geist or Frostlinks than
I'm shocked he's not immediately siding in Kitchen Finks. Like, if he thinks he can cast Wrath of God, Kitchen Finks is... Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Kitchen Finks, but Spell Queller is decent.
Yeah, I like both of those. I'd probably...
I wouldn't bring in that Hallowed Blade. I'd bring in the Frostlinks, and then consider bringing in the Dungeon Geists.
Yeah.
Over...
I mean, I honestly don't think Jace's Fringe Prodigy is great here. Like, obviously it's a great card. Also, Search for Azcanta is so mediocre.
Yeah. I like Jace a decent amount. I don't like the Search for Azcanta in this deck.
Yeah. I would absolutely cut Search for Spell Queller or Frostlinks.
Yeah.
Okay, he takes out Search. Puts in Censor over Remand, which is very strange.
Yeah, I would like to see Spell Queller, Frostlinks, and Dungeon Geists in his here.
Yeah, Dungeon Geists, also very strong.
Especially Dungeon Geists and Spell Queller, because they can also, like, attack through a pile of tokens.
Yeah.
If, if it comes down to, like, I need to beat face and chew bubblegum.
Yeah. Yeah, taking out Treasure Cruise is smart. Putting in Frostlinks, I like that. Alright, Spell Queller's back in. Alright, it's not the worst. Probably could be better, but it's not the worst.
Ooh, brutal.
Absolutely unkeepable hand.
Yeah. Alright.
Also wildly unkeepable. This is why siding in these white 2-drops is really risky.
Yeah. Like, I like the Wrath of God. I think that's a...
Yeah.
That's a card. Is like, it's tough, but it is worth splashing.
Yeah, it's a sad necessity. Alright, this is okay.
Probably
bottom Grizzlebrand Cryptologist.
I think you almost want to keep the Cryptologist. Nah. I don't know.
You just want things that interact with the board.
I mean, honestly, I halfway consider keeping the Cryptologist and Grizzlebrand and hoping to draw Reanimation as, like, your out.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
I think on a 5-card hand, that's what I would bank on, because I don't think I'm going to win a, like, game of, like, play a removal spell, bounce a thing with Riftskate. I think I would have kept the Cryptologist Grizzlebrand and just hoped to, like, that I could get out an early Grizzlebrand and just ride it to victory.
Yeah. Yeah, I see your argument for sure. Although Evan has relatively few reanimation spells, so it's banking on a pretty lucky sequence of draws.
I mean, he's also on 5, and...
Yeah, you have a point. It's possible he just needs to get lucky regardless.
Yeah, and the Enclave Cryptologist, besides looting the Grizzlebrand, is, it's going to help you dig a little.
That is true. It does have... other text than just discard a card.
Yeah.
Alright, presumably just Victim of Night here.
Yeah. I mean, there's a decent chance with, like, if, Compulsive, that Tassiger could come out somewhat early and play defense for a while and hope that you draw something good.
Giver of Runes is really brutal against this Riftwing. means Riftwing
Yeah.
will almost certainly have to bounce Giver and Prey.
Ooh.
And there's the reanimation spell. Woofa doofa.
I mean, the nice thing about it is it could steal the Giver or something.
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
but
let's see what
it would definitely be
it-
better as a Grizzlebrand.
Well, there's the do you bin a land here?
I don't think I do.
I think I do, because you have 2 3-drops to follow
Yeah.
this up and buy you some time.
Yeah, I mean that's reasonable. Yeah, I think
And, like-
I think he's just conniving a Giver here.
Yeah, you can
when he
also... Yeah. And also it allows you to still cast Tassiger.
Yeah. Kendra is the one who ended up with the Pilgrim's Eye, which is a weird one in a red-white aggressive deck for sure.
Yeah. Is Kendra just 2 colors? Or is Kendra splashing a 3rd for something?
I think
Ooh, the
we've just seen
Giver
2.
swinging is
She also
not-
just found a basic mountain with Pilgrim's Eye. I mean, Giver swinging makes a certain amount of sense. Like,
But
if
like,
Dan...
you have the Riftwing on suspends, like...
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, you're effectively getting in 1 damage to lose 2 damage the next turn.
Yeah, you're right. It's probably worse. Excuse me.
So here, you could steal the Giver and actually not be in a bad position.
Yeah, I really like that play. All right. I'm going to use the restroom and hopefully lose these hiccups.
Yeah.
I will be right back.
All right.
I'll leave the mic on so Liz can hang out with you.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Liz. How are you doing? Besides your box of crayons.
You know, pretty good. Other than everything. Yeah. Pretty good other than everything. I just now I'm playing Animal Crossing, so you know that's also
Okay.
nice. There's new bugs and fish, so that's always fun. Yeah, it's very good. Things are going pretty well at work. I'm doing a lot of scoping we're rebuilding one of our databases that's like probably going on 15 years old. And so we get a lot of...
Sorry, can you explain scoping to me?
Oh, yeah, so it's like where we're writing up documentation and like, here's a feature, here's how it needs to work, here's the business rules for it.
Mm-hmm.
So that then our tech team can look at it and, I mean, I'm gonna say decide if they're able to build it, but what I really mean is like work with us to figure out what they can implement on them.
It gets to cast a Tassiger here.
Oh yeah.
I actually think he's done really well for a mold of 5. I think he's got a decent shot at this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is doing surprisingly well.
I'm hoping my paper gets made public here shortly.
Oh heck yeah, you have to link it when you do.
Yeah, I will do that for sure. We just had about a week ago, we had so we accepted your paper, but we need you to change some of your figures because they're like low resolution and you have to change some of your wording because it doesn't fit our guidelines. That was really annoying.
Oh yeah.
But I'm hoping,
makes
I'm
sense,
really
but
hoping yeah, I'm really hoping they, I think you should play the champion here and bin the island. Or potentially bin the island. I guess, Colonnade, that would be the reason to play it out.
Oh yeah.
He might just be going beatdown here.
That would be cool.
Beatdown, swing for 12 potentially with the Colonnade.
Hello, I am back.
Hi, so actually I think Evan's in a pretty good position here. I think he might actually be playing the beatdown here.
Yeah, I guess it seems like it.
No, he played out the 6th land to be able to swing with the Colonnade here.
Colonnade cracks in for a lot of damage.
This is 12 damage on this attack. He might be able to steal this game on a mold of 5.
Wow, impressive play off Evan. I see he did connive the Giver, which I like a lot.
Yeah. I think also just Kendra, I think might have been flooded or something.
Yeah, I mean, 6 lands is never really what you want to see off of a...
And you'll note that there were 5 lands in play and absolutely no play.
Yeah.
There.
Although, she did have 4 cards in hand, which is strange.
I think it might just be super flood unless there's something crazy
really makes this
here.
Pilgrim's Eye look not amazing.
What is this? Kiki Jiki.
Kiki Jiki Pilgrim's Eye.
That's the well-known combo.
I will not say that I've never Kiki Jiki to Pilgrim's Eye, because I'm pretty sure that's false.
Sure.
Kiki Jiki as a create a blocker. The lesser known function of a Kiki Jiki.
Kiki Jiki effectively serving as a creepy doll here.
Yeah.
The token's ETB, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you get more lands.
Mm-hmm.
So you can use it as flood insurance, and by that I mean just start getting rid of lands by making Pilgrim's Eyes.
Kiki Jiki triggering enters the battlefield effects is in fact the backbone of why Kiki Jiki is in this cube or ever talked about or played.
I just want to double check that I didn't,
I want to see if there's a Kiki Jiki combo hanging out. Oh,
there's gotta be.
Resto
Kendra's gotta have Resto and or because we saw Resto in the draft.
Resto Angel. Yeah. Oh, and Zealous. So
yeah.
So it is an aggro combo deck, just like.
I really don't like giving Colonnade protection eagerly here, just because Kendra gets to choose what she blocks with it. I honestly think I attack with Giver instead of giving Colonnade protection, because then she has or Evan has 5 attackers. Kendra only has 3 blockers, and she takes 3 damage. This way, she can actually survive with 1 life, and if she does have... Why is he not attacking with Frostlings? What is going on? If Kendra does have Restoration Angel, she does just win the game here.
Yeah. I wonder if he's thinking... Yeah, that would be interesting to see if she's able to draw the Resto. Maybe he didn't realize.
Could even have it in hand potentially. Although I would have expected her to play it earlier.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he didn't realize that. I can't.
I mean, we did see
I think it was just a misplay.
Read the text on Kiki Jiki just now, so it seems like there might have been a goof made there.
Yeah, but it's.
But like, even without Kiki Jiki, Kendra has 2 flying blockers.
Yeah.
That are different colors. So giving Colonnade protection effectively does nothing here.
Yeah, and I also don't like playing out the land when you have the champion in hand.
That's really loose.
Well, let's see.
It's not a Kiki Jiki. Although it blocks really well. Although
it's not going to be able to block a Giver of Rune's Colonnade, though.
No, that's true. That's true. Although it can exile a Colonnade in response to Giver.
That's true. Okay.
Doing this on main phase is...
Interesting.
Yeah. I don't understand that. I feel like you want to do that.
I guess.
Because this, like...
You can attack.
Yeah, no, this is... Yeah. But why is this attack good?
Oh, no. Okay. Nope, that makes sense.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, so... Yeah. I think Kendra's back in this.
Yeah. I agree. Evan really playing himself out of the game.
That was, he battled back and was going to win, and then, it's just a slight misplay there.
It is really rough when those slight misplays do. I mean, he has not lost the game by any means, but
no.
He's given Kendra a lot of draw steps to find a combo piece with Kiki Jiki.
And that's what I mean is, given that it's a combo deck, that's what you have to be afraid of when one combo piece is on the board versus just being a normal, aggro.
This is why I'm so high whenever I talk about these decks on combo decks. Sorry, go ahead.
I was also going to say, I don't like that attack because now the Hanged Executioner is not forced to block, and Kendra can just play the same play again and exile another creature.
You mean you don't like not attacking with Colonnade?
Yeah, I think he had to attack because it forces the Hanged Executioner block, and now Hanged Executioner gets to hang around.
Yeah, it's just so much better than it every time it gets Kiki Jiki.
Oh, there's a Spell Queller. That at least will stop a combo and could potentially...
It'll stop a combo with Restoration Angel, but not with Zealous Conscripts.
No. The nice thing about Spell Queller, though, is it could potentially win the game on the sly, like flash it in, have 2 flying attackers along with your ground creatures. Yeah, so I think you have to keep this. Or I guess Creeping Tar Pit though would be a unblockable attacker, although Hanged Executioner could exile it.
Yeah.
Or destroy it, I guess. All right. Yeah, Kendra with 9 lands. That's not ideal for that sort of deck.
Definitely not. It really makes me wonder
fair,
what the Pilgrim's Eye is doing in there.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like 2 of those lands did come from the Pilgrim's Eye.
But, like, Pilgrim's Eye could have been a different creature.
Yeah,
presumably.
no, that's true. All right, so it looks like the combo was not drawn.
Not yet.
I guess it could be. Could just play the Zealous Conscripts and
to untap Kiki Jiki. Yeah, it's possible. I don't like Kendra doing this on her turn. I think you want to get those extra blockers in if you can.
Yeah. So is this lethal if the spell color is splashed in and Kendra doesn't have anything?
Yeah, I think it
Pollinate
is.
Attacks.
I mean, even if Spell Queller isn't flashed in, I think it's lethal.
No, because you can block and then destroy with.
Oh, right. That's right.
Yeah, so I think Kendra being aggressive with the Hanged Executioner, like I can see it, but like it's one damage.
You just gotta understand, like you have to understand when you've transitioned from control into beatdown. You also have to understand when you've transitioned the other way, when you are the control deck and you're just playing to elongate the game because you have inevitability.
Yeah, like I said, I could understand being aggressive and just like trying to win, but like doing it for 1 damage just does not feel
I don't love it.
Well, so Evan won on a Moldify. That's pretty impressive.
It is, yeah. A Moldify and 1 really egregious misplay.
All right, so he takes out the 4/4 flyer for the Dungeon Geist, which is...
I do like that. Although I probably
that feels a very neutral change to me.
All right, he's cutting the Grizzlebrand combo, which I don't love, but I can kind of see. I mean, given that one of the things is Makeshift Mannequin and Kendra has Gideon's, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
I like that. Okay.
I could see it, but I guess he's bringing in... Okay.
Cure Besta Sea God is a weird one.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
like...
7 drop, and Evan does not have any ramp. He doesn't have any artifact ramp whatsoever.
Yeah.
Seems like if the game goes long enough for him to have 7 mana, he's already in good spot.
And Concoct comes in. Concoct comes in. I actually like that card just for the front half against Kendra's deck.
I agree. I'm surprised not to see Vizier of Many Faces with so many ETB effects in Evan's deck right now between Champion of Wits, Frostlinks, Vendilion Click, Riftwing Cloudskate. I think Kitchen Finks is great with Vizier of Many Faces.
Yeah. I could see that card.
Serum Visions is also in Evan's sideboard right now, which is almost certainly wrong.
So, all right. So he's looking. So he did take out the Kiora, and now he's looking for another card to bring in.
I would definitely bring in Serum Visions. I would also bring in Vizier and.
What are you bringing in Vizier over?
From where the deck sits right now.
The season's Hollow Blade is still in the deck. Absolutely, I would take that out.
Yeah. I don't love that sideboard, but we'll see how it does.
I mean, I guess Seasoned Hollow Blade is just a 3-power, blocker, like suicide blocker that you might be able to keep around if you have a card that's really.
I mean,
bad
generally speaking, you do want to. You do want to be in a situation, like, it's good for you as the control player to discard a card to destroy a creature on their side. Like, that's a trade you would usually take. Yeah. So, Seasoned Hollowblade does sort of let you do that.
Kendra's down to 5 cards already.
Kendra just shared her deck with me, and she does have, indeed, both Restoration Angel and Zealous Conscript.
Yeah, I saw that in her picture. Also, Kendra, I think, went to 5 here.
Oh, that's rough.
That's brutal.
Against... Evan's 7. Although, Evan came back off of Multiplied last game, so we'll see what happens.
Evan does have a little bit of a slow hand here.
Yeah, Wrath of God is a great draw for him, though.
Yeah, he does need the
If he can find the way.
Yeah. And I mean, like, he probably can't offer the compulsive research, but the fact is he's still not making a play until... Or a play on the board until turn 4.
Kendra's deck looks really strong.
Yeah.
The biggest hiccup is that she's mostly white, but she's playing triple red Kiki Jiki, but...
Jace looks good here.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of card filtering, which is good for Evan for sure.
Shrine is also a good card from Kendra here. If you're low on life, at least shores up your long game. Is like maybe you just let a Shrine sit for infinite turns.
Yeah, if she can force a Wrath of God before it goes off, then she'll be in a really good position.
Yeah.
But Evan, it's on board, so Evan does know to save his Wrath for it if he can.
Yeah, but the nice thing is that you can pop it. Gideon is so good here.
Yeah. Not something that can get Dungeon Geist either.
Yeah. If what was I gonna say? This is ironically that Hollow Blade not looking bad in the face of needing to beat down a Gideon now all of a sudden. I don't know, what to say. Like, this card stinks. Why is this card around? And then it ends up being good.
Evan playing Basic Island, signaling that he's probably not going to cast Hollow Blade this turn. Also playing it before he loots with Jace, which is very heterodox.
I like the Hollow Blade here because if need be, you can also just play it and, potentially discard a card if you want to save 4 life and help fuel your Jace flipping faster.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll see. I think we're going to see the Hollow Blade.
I mean, I can't either way, but
Okay, well, that was the 3rd time I tried rebooting it, and it didn't work.
Magical Net Hand.
Alright, so I wonder what Kendra's got here. Shrine is already up to 3.
Shrine's a very powerful card.
Yeah. Alright, we're going to see the Jace loot now. Well, there's that Plains. I feel bad discarding the Watery Grave, though, and I don't know what else you'd like. Maybe the Connive Concoct? Maybe the Dungeon Geist? Although Dungeon Geist is another, creature on the board to pressure a Gideon. Yeah, this is tough. I don't know what I would discard here.
Yeah, I mean, compulsive research doesn't seem terrible, just because, card advantage isn't really Evan's primary concern at this point.
Yeah, that's true.
Does mean that he probably can't block with the Hollow Blade, and indeed he does not, but...
Yeah, I think that's wise. Selfless Spirit. Yeah, I like the Dungeon Geist play now, because you have something like a flyer you can tap down.
Yeah.
And then you put more pressure on the Gideon that way.
Selfless Spirit is pretty rough on this Wrath of God, though. It means that
is true.
Kendra can, kind of freely crack Shrine of Loyal Legions without needing to worry about Wrath as much, even if it's tapped down. I do like this attack with Hollow Blade for sure. Although, Evan can spend a lot of turns attacking Gideon and not really get all that anywhere.
Oh, that's why I like playing the Dungeon Geist.
Yeah.
Oh, he could also play the Tassiger here.
That's true. Tassiger blocks Gideon very effectively.
Yeah, he just needs to activate Jace, and then Tassiger not only blocks the Gideon, it also threatens it very well. And then you could try, casting Connive on the Selfless Spirit. Kendra would sack it, but then your Wrath of God is more alive. He is, except for... Okay, we're going for the I guess it's the Connive side right now.
Yeah, conniving...
Like that play.
You don't? I kind of do.
I like doing it later. I think you want to put more pressure on the Gideon now by, tapping your Jace and playing Tassiger this turn.
I think you're.
I do agree. I do like conniving the Selfless Spirit on like the next turn, but I would have preferred to put a body down this turn.
Yeah. Yeah, this Jace is beating them really hard.
Now there's a Micaeus to go with this shrine. That shrine's looking really deadly because it could be popped into turn. Micaeus could be activated, but that's
12
next
damage.
turn.
14 if she pops 14. It at the end of next turn, yeah.
Yeah.
And there's kind of wrath proof because it pops at instant speed.
I think, yeah, Kendra's got a solid plan here.
Yeah. Evan's going to have to do something pretty impressive to beat it.
Yeah. Does he got anything that can remove the shrine? Because I think Kendra next turn is just going to pass the turn, activate shrine, and go for the win.
Yeah, I mean, tapping down Micaeus with Dungeon Geist isn't the worst here. Because it means the shrine is a lot less deadly than it would be otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's got to be the play. Gideon's going to get another round of attacking, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this Gideon is really Kendra's ace in the hole, because it's wrath-proof.
It's also been keeping the threat off of her back as well.
Yeah. Yeah, Gideon's absorbed, what, 6 damage now so far? 7? Or 9?
6, yes. No, I think 6. It's been attacked twice by the Hollow Blade, ticked up 3 times, I think. Or 2 times. 3 times. I think it's taken 2 attacks from the Hollow Blade. Yeah, because without it, there's a decent chance that Evan could just go, like, aggro.
Yeah. That is certainly a benefit of Hollow Blade.
Yeah.
Once again, just slamming with this Gideon.
Yep.
Puts Kendra to 6, which makes the shrine close to lethal regardless of Micaeus pump.
And Kendra's passing. Does Kendra have any burn? Or another form of pump?
Let me take a look at the deck list she sent me. She has Lightning Helix and Johnny Vengeance. Those are her only direct player damage. But they do certainly exist.
Charming Prince could help shore up Evan's life total. And to be honest, I would consider playing it here.
Yeah, it also blocks, which is not nothing. Alright, Gideon finally dies.
But, okay. Okay, I think, okay.
Attacking with Hollow Blade. I mean, what's Evan's plan here exactly against Kendra just activating Shrine and attacking with everything?
Charming Prince can gain 2 life.
Yeah.
And he can also play Tassiger.
Yeah, I guess that's true. He can do both, which is pretty strong.
Yeah. So I think he's probably gonna play Charming Prince and Tassiger, and the Charming Prince may gain life. If Kendra cracks the shrine, he does have the Wrath in hand ready to go. Although he's probably not super enthused about it killing his own Tassiger. And the other thing it's going to do is it's going to prevent the Jace from flipping here.
That's true. That's a really good point. And that means that the Jace won't evade the Wrath the way...
Yeah, I'm not a huge... Like, I think he probably could have gotten away with playing the Charming Prince, gaining life, holding back, like, Dungeon Geists, and, at least being able to flip the Jace before playing the Wrath.
Yeah. I mean, this plays around direct damage a little bit better, I suppose.
I mean, gaining 3 life off of the Charming Prince and then leaving back Dungeon Geist as a blocker along with Jace.
Yeah, I guess it still puts him out of 3 damage range, which is in fact everything that Kendra's deck can muster.
He is flickering the Hollow Blade instead.
That's gotta be way worse than gaining life, right?
Yeah, way worse. Alright, well, we've seen the Shrine pop.
Unsurprising. So, and also, Marshall's just run out so much of his hand here, which makes it...
If Kendra has Lightning Helix, this is lethal. Or land the Johnny Vengeance.
Yeah.
3 mirror are going to get... And Kendra's going straight for it. I think Kendra might have lethal here.
3 mirror are getting in. One of them trades, one of them survive, and 4 of them survive. So like she actually has a decent attack next turn.
Yeah.
If Marshall, oh man, Marshall's discarding to save his Hallow Blade. So that
Isn't
signals.
this Evan, not
Oh no,
Marshall?
he's not. He's sorry. You're right. It's Evan, one of Sarah's friends. You know.
Yeah. All right, is this Vengeant? Yep, that's game.
That is game.
So that was impressive. We saw 2 players come back from Moldifives
Yeah.
in this match.
Apparently, the secret to winning in Magic the Gathering is to mulligan to 5 cards in hand.
Yeah. I think in both cases, both players had maybe a little bit of help along the way, but overall, 2 very impressive games out of one from each of them.
Wow, y'all, you're really showing the power of mulliganing to 5 cards.
Yeah. My hand was like 2 lands, Shrine, Micaeus, Selfless Spirit, so I was like, alright, I got a plan.
Oh, I got myself into such a situation. I had Wrath in hand that whole time.
Oh, wow.
I got into it. I realized you could crack it at end of turn and kill me. And that was the way that I couldn't. Because it's like you just had like Micaeus on board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how I think about my play pretty much all the time now.
Yeah.
Just
We were
falling apart.
confused as to why you didn't just gain life off of the Charming Prince.
To put yourself out of burn range.
That's true, actually.
Dan, we have Sarah and Ketsy, our 2 feature drafters, facing
All right.
off against one another. So
Let's do that.
Drafters.
Yeah.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Natalie, who are you going to watch?
I was going to watch Ketsy as our draft showcase spectacular.
Okay.
Oh my god.
You don't want to watch my Supreme Horizon?
Oh, I think that's a
Look at
token,
that.
though. I think
Oh,
that
and
was a-
Ketsy immediately wins the match as soon as we tune in.
Yeah, I fucking.
Oh,
rolled
did
a
you notice
5 in
that
game
though?
one, got
Ketsy is
bottom,
winning
there's
the match
2
off of
lands.
playing
Yeah, that was brutal.
Sarah's cards.
Literally
That's
cried.
so
That
sick.
was so brutal. This
I
is the
think
problem
that
with
the
Plowlander.
Obliterator was
yeah,
identified,
New York
and
Green
then
Merchant with your Phyrexian
Green
Obliterator.
Merchant was grabbed with Nico Bolas.
Yeah, that is very sweet.
That is
All right, you want to go to the table room with Nomi and Val? We haven't seen Nomi play at all today.
okay.
Hey, would one of you be willing to? Oh, I'm on.
Let's just go to game 3.
Hey, would one of you be willing to stream your screen on Discord so that we can commentate it?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see if this. Tell me if things are sufficiently. Okay, it
Seems
are
like
kind
it's
of
working.
synced
Are
up
you
right
streaming your whole screen or just Magic Online?
now. I believe I'm streaming Magic Online only.
You should probably stream your whole screen or else it's going to go wonky whenever a pop-up comes up.
Oh, okay. 1 second. Share. Let's try it. Turn it off and back on again. Screen. The only screen. All right. What was I doing? All right. I think I'm gonna just.
All right, what is Nomi's deck? It looks like it's also mono white, much more mono white.
This is pure mono white. This is probably unkeep. Oh, keep. Oh wow. That is that's a very aggressive keep here.
Yeah, it is super aggressive.
Yeah, wow, because you really have to hit 2 lands in a row to really have, and ideally 3.
Yeah.
Before you start with some real game.
Yeah, this is a rough one. Also, the stream quality is very medium.
Yeah, it's okay.
What's going on? What just happened?
Oh, so I misclicked.
Oh, that
Alright,
was
so I'm going to
strange.
concede the first game. So that way.
No,
I
don't
get-
concede. Don't concede. Don't concede. You're on the play, so it's good.
But I need to make my sideboard.
Oh, okay then. Yeah, that's fine.
Wait, sorry, what happened? I missed the explanation.
So I missed. I was like, yes, here's my hand. I absolutely do not want to keep it, and then I clicked keep instead of mulligan.
Oh, we were wondering why you kept that. Hey, Val. Val?
Yes.
Would you be willing to stream your screen? Nomi's connection is very rough right now.
Yeah, I can. My screen's really wide, but yeah.
Alright. Switching over to Val's stream.
Alright.
Cards
so
are very
Val is-
tiny now because Val's screen is really wide,
Yeah,
but
so it looks like Val brought in the 2-drop red creature just as a blocker against mono white plan. That's the only really suspicious card I see.
yeah.
Otherwise, it looks like a fairly standard. Destructive Force is obviously probably going to be very good against mono white.
What's the Moto
Minis.
has the Watcher thing, right?
Alright.
All right.
I mean, this isn't a great hand, but I think it's keepable.
Yeah, I think it's alright. The Heartfire Immolator, the 2-drop there,
Yeah.
it can sacrifice itself to kill a creature to deal damage equal to its power to something, which is pretty
Yeah.
strong.
I mean, like I said, it's probably just going to be a 2-drop, like, blocker. And there's the 4th land, so, like, I think that you could set up for, like, Immolator to hold off early aggro, try to land the Hedron, and then hope to set up a Destructive Force that just, like, blows the game open, hopefully.
Yeah,
Although
Destructive
that
Force and Wildfire
Oh,
are going to be
but
really good against
Vanguard.
Nomi. Yeah, but Vanguard is just an excellent Magic card.
yeah, Vanguard is insane.
Arguably, at this point, the best white 2-drop.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that.
Long gone are the days when Thalia was the best white 2-drop. I think she's
Yep.
maybe 3 at this point.
Well, the thing with a white deck is also the white deck will often have a lot of its own non-creatures. you want to
Yeah.
cast.
Yeah, because Anthems are so strong in the white deck, and Planeswalkers are so strong.
Planeswalkers. And equipment, even.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, maybe...
I don't like blocking here. One of the nice
No.
things about Heartfire Immolator is you can block with it. If you have mana up, you can block with it, force them to pay 4 life, sacrifice
Sack
it, and
it.
force them to pay 4 life again, and then you've aided them. Which, like,
Yeah.
you... What the secret truth about that card is you can't pay 4
Oh.
life all that often. You only
know
get
what's
to do it 5 times at most.
So you know what's brutal here? Val was deciding whether to get a Stomping Ground or a Steam Vent, I think. And opted to grab the Steam Vent. Is that correct? Does Val have
I wasn't
Stomping
paying
Ground?
attention at that point, but I think you're right. I think he has a green-red land of some sort.
Yeah, I know I saw a green-red land. I wasn't sure if it was Stomping Ground or not, because he could have grabbed the Stomping Ground and the fetch land, and he'd have Courser here and be in a much better position.
Yeah, not having double green is really brutal. Although he's gonna have Destructive Force not that long from now. Next turn he has 4 mana. The turn after that he has 7. So
Yeah, but like Destructive Force is just going to blow all of their stuff up and leave a Vanguard in
that's
play.
true. I really don't like attacking here. I don't like Val's attack. I think you really want to block the Vanguard and take 2 of the 5 activations it's ever allowed. I mean, 4, really. you can't activate it the 5th time or you die.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's a fancy play. I guess I don't blame him for not seeing it.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate if it weren't for that. I mean, even with Destructive Force, yeah, especially with Elspeth.
Yeah, Destructive Force is not looking very good right now.
Actively bad. Yeah, oof. I thought, you know, he had a decent position with a Destructive Force, an early blocker, and a Mana Dork. Oh. That's, well, I guess he was tapped out anyway, but...
Yeah. I mean, I don't super love the fairy trickery there. I think having fairies in play to block Adonto Vanguard is really good, because again, like, Adonto Vanguard's activation isn't free. You get 4 of them, that's it.
No, I agree with you.
And even then, you're putting yourself really at risk for getting burned out. So, like, if he'd held on to the fairy trickery, just accepted that he was eating 8 damage from knights this coming turn, but he'd blocked the Adonto Vanguard instead, forced 8 damage from Nomi, and had fairy trickery for Adonto Vanguard this turn, getting 2 fairies, blocking each of the knights, then, like, he's at a lot higher life total, and he's, like, put a lot of pressure on Nomi, so that this Destructive Force ends up better.
No, I agree with that. It's just not... Yeah, now I'm, like, not sure what the game plan is.
Yeah. He's considering, is it charming the Knight token?
The problem is that, like, he kind of wants to ramp, but he can't, because if he ramps, he's getting hit for the History of Analia trigger, so that's 4 on the Knight.
8, I think.
Is Adonto Vanguard a Knight or a Soldier?
I think it's a Soldier. Yeah, so Nomi blocking with a 1/1, which makes sense, because otherwise Val would just have a clear road to prowess and sacrifice to kill Elspeth.
Yeah.
I don't super like that attack off Val either.
Yeah, because this is going to be brutal, because this is going to be at least 7, potentially 10 if Elspeth just wants to jump.
Yeah, which is, like, jumping with Elspeth is great at this point, so...
Because, yeah, I think you probably want to go for a jump, because then, you know, the Vanguard is lethal.
Right, and Elspeth, honestly, isn't that close to dead. Like, if Val wants to kill Elspeth, he has to... assuming Nomi plays no blockers, Val has to attack Elspeth with his good blocker, play a spell to pump it, and then sacrifice the blocker to kill Elspeth.
That would be, well, this is...
Alright, yeah, Johnny makes the soldier token look better.
But this is just classic mono-white brutality. Play some dudes, get some tokens, play your 4-drop planeswalkers.
Yeah, Val looks pretty dead at this point.
Yeah.
Destructive Force is absolutely not going to save him.
And this is why I always like drafting mono white, is it has a lot of, like, a control and resiliency element to it that I really like.
Yeah, because Destructive Force here, it really just, like, it forces Nomi to pay 2 life, or pay 4 life, which is nothing at this point.
And then wins on the crackback.
Right, and then, yeah, she just jumps the Adonto Vanguard and pluses it with a Johnny, and that's it. That's game.
Yeah.
It's game several ways. She doesn't even need to plus it. She could just attack with normal Adonto Vanguard and still win. Yeah, I think Val has played really aggressively.
I mean, even playing aggressively, I don't even blame him. Like, he just wasn't winning based on what Nomi ended up playing.
I mean, yeah, that's true. But I think forcing Nomi to pay the 8 life would have been a lot better there.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all. Good game.
All right. I guess I will find out later on stream how stuff happened.
Wait, is Sarah and Ketsi still going? I thought they finished.
All right. So what did I end up with? Okay, so against.
Hello.
Hello.
Alright, I'm gonna pop over to Sarah and Ketsi real quick and see what's going on there. Hey, are y'all still going? I thought you finished your match.
We're playing now.
This is another. There's 5.
I
I'd
thought
play 5 people.
I thought Sarah and Ketsi had already battled.
I'm battling Kendra.
Oh, I see. Sarah's just in here streaming her Modern Horizons thing. Got it.
Oh yeah, baby.
Okay, cool. All right, Dan,
So-
you and I can watch Ketsi then. All
What do
right.
We have. Oh, this looks brutal.
Yeah. I mean, that Arena Rector, really good against creatures attacking, but is it going to be good enough to keep Ketsi alive here?
Oh, Garuk's gonna kill it and get Bolas and turn the game around. Maybe.
It seems fairly likely. Although, Bolas can't actually kill Gideon here.
I think Bolas can do enough because Garuk will stick around. There is a Palladium.
Oh, but they get to attack first, which means Bolas can kill Gideon.
Ah.
That's right.
Yeah, I think either way, you know.
Yeah.
You still have. Geez, that's twice the Garuk. We've already seen the Garuk killing the Arena Rector has been just the brutal play.
That's the thing about Arena Rector. That's like the fundamental tension of that card is like.
Yeah.
Wait, what happened? What?
Wait, there's a card exiled. Is Bolas maybe not in Ketsi's available to Ketsi right now?
Maybe? I don't.
That's.
That would be weird. Yeah, I don't understand what just happened at all.
Huh. Also, Kendra with the 11 lands again.
Yeah. She is really a master of flooding out.
Oh.
Also, Gideon can't just minus to exile Arena Rector. I mean, I guess not anymore, but...
Yeah, I guess it could have earlier. Well, it would have died to the Palladium Mirror.
Yeah, that's true. But...
Alright, now, wait. Okay.
Ketsi almost goes to activate Garruk on Arena Rector, but doesn't. I don't understand why she's hesitating on this.
Is Ketsi afraid of, like, a haste creature coming along and just killing her?
Maybe? I mean, maybe she's afraid of, like, I don't think a haste... I mean... But then why would you attack Gideon and only make one, 2/2 last turn? That still puts her dead to Zealous Conscripts.
Yeah.
Lifelink is a good ability.
Yep. Yeah, I guess you're right, because the Arena Rector's swinging here, so I don't know what was played, like, what the play was there. Like, why not grab Bolas?
Yeah, I mean, it's got it, but she's grabbing Bolas now. Yeah, I don't understand that play, that turn.
Was Ketsi hoping to draw Fractured Identity and get...
Maybe she had, like, brainstormed or something and knew it was on top of her library somehow?
Does Ketsi have a brainstorm effect?
I don't think so.
I am really curious.
Yeah.
Wait. Gideon. Okay, it must be fear, like some sort of reasoning about a haste creature.
Yeah. I mean, Gideon is really good against haste, that is for sure.
Oh, but why is Gideon a creature? Why not +2 it?
I don't know.
I
don't know what's going on.
I feel like we're being punked.
Yeah. Yeah, I
feel
agree.
like there's fun bucks on this. Like, I bet you can't win by like activating all the wrong abilities on your planeswalkers, except for planeswalkers you steal from me.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Ketsi's playing around Zealous Conscript, but even so, I don't understand why you wouldn't +2 Gideon there.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't understand why you wouldn't have killed the Arena Rector earlier if you're gonna kill it later. Like, yeah, this is a very strange game. Alright, Student of Warfare, able to level to 6 immediately, unless Kendra's just planning to sacrifice it for fodder again, which makes sense, like, given that Zealous Conscript is just lethal here. I think burning through her deck to find it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's right. Like,
Because, like, any one toughness creature she finds is... Oh, or... I mean, I guess the Johnny Vengeance doesn't just do it on its own, but... Damn, it's close.
Yeah.
But,
it does
I mean...
mean Lightning Helix is lethal again.
Oh, yeah, there it is. There it is.
I guess it didn't matter, but woof.
What I really want to talk to Ketsi after this and figure out what on earth was going through her mind.
Yeah.
Makes me really appreciate Cass's little message passed to us when she knows she misplayed.
Yeah.
Has Ketsi sideboarded anything yet? I looked away for a moment.
Oh, sorry, I was looking away too.
Oh no, we'll never know.
Okay, so let's see here.
Taking out Plow Under, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Kendra's so low to the ground, it's not great.
Imprisoned in the Moon is back in.
I guess so, sure. It's mediocre removal, but it's still removal.
Yeah, so I could see Plow Under for Imprisoned, I guess.
Guess so. I'm a little surprised not to see Vraska, just because it is also removal, but... this is probably... Okay, I guess it's a keeper. I guess Ketsi's really relying on that Oath of Nissa and the Scry off the Temple to keep her in this game.
I think that's reasonable.
I mean, Horizon Canopy does cycle here, which is good, but...
oh yeah, that was like the one card in my hand I didn't notice. I just I looked over the first 4 cards, looked at the Hornet Queen, and then was gonna say, isn't that a Triome, not a Horizon Canopy?
All right, Fractured Identity. Always the card you want to see in your opening hand if you can. Ooh. Hexdrinker's good.
What's the other
very
option
good.
there?
I'm not sure. Something that costs 6 mana, I think. Eternal Witness. Something that costs 3 mana.
Yeah. All right, Hexdrinker.
Windswept Heath, maybe finding a basic forest here just to cast Hexdrinker as early as possible.
Yeah. It's either that or, let's see here, we got Canopy Vista. Wait, does Canopy Vista come in tapped?
Yeah, it does.
Well, it's either Overgrown Tomb or the Forest. Or maybe not. I think...
Yeah.
Let's see.
She just doesn't want to spend that life.
Yeah, so next turn it gets to be a 4/4, and then after that...
Which is quite strong against Kendra.
Yeah, and I guess you can't put it to a 6/6 the turn after.
No, but 4/4 Protection of Instance is already very strong. It puts a lot of pressure on Kendra to have something that can answer it.
Yeah.
That's why Hexdrinker is such a fucking amazing card.
Yep.
Wow, just attacking with the Hexy. Ketsi believes she's the beatdown, and it's not bonkers for her to believe that.
Yeah.
Especially with this Fractured Identity, basically guaranteed to hit on turn 5. Like, she can get rid of a blocker.
Oh, well, the Hanged Executioner can answer the... Hexdrinker.
Yeah, it probably will.
With a land.
With a land, but that's a reasonable assumption. I'm guessing Ketsi's not going to pour more mana into it, or at least not mana that she could spend on something else.
I mean, I think Ketsi's still going to pour mana into it this turn, just because there's nothing else that can be done.
Right, but, like, she's going to play the Avacyn's Pilgrim instead of getting the extra counter on Hexy Drinksy.
I mean, that's a reasonable play, I think, to begin with, because it's like mana neutral, basically. Like, you spend 1 mana to gain an extra mana the next turn that you can use to make up for that counter.
Yeah. Ketsi a little bit less obviously to beat down at this point.
Yeah. Although Hornet Queen is not too far off here. 2 more turns.
That's true.
And so, like, Ketsi, I guess the problem is that Triome's a tap land, but I guess you can play the tap land this turn.
Yeah, that's
that way you have
very
Fractured
low
Identity,
downside for that.
You have Fractured Identity next turn, and then Hornet Queen the turn after, and that's a pretty reasonable line. Like, even with an attack with all, that's only 4 damage, and Ketsi's still up on life total here.
Yeah. And Kendra really has to spend this turn getting rid of Hex Drinker. She can't afford not to.
Kendra needs to play a land to do it, too.
Yeah, she hasn't slammed one, so it's possible she doesn't have one in hand.
Yeah, and at that point, the Hex Drinker's just gonna win in 2 turns, right?
Yeah.
Assuming something strange... I mean, I don't think there's any other white wraths that would do it, because we...
I mean, not that Kendra would play.
Yeah. But I mean, like, we've already seen... How many white wraths are there in the cube?
I think it's just Wrath of God, Day of Judgment.
Okay, so there are 2. Because Evan has 1 of them.
Yeah. And we don't know that Day of Judgment is in the cube. But also, like, Kendra wouldn't prioritize taking it or using it. Okay, Kendra getting fancy here. Not activating the Executioner until Ketsi forces her to.
Question is then, like...
So interestingly, Ketsi can't actually fracture data. No, she can because of the Avacyn's Pilgrim. Never mind.
Yeah. And I'm not even sure you want to.
No, Kendra has just nothing worth it at this point.
I think you just straight up swing for 1.
I mean, you probably swing with the Hex Drinker too, because why not?
Oh, that's what I mean. But like, presumably the Hex Drinker gets blown up. But
yeah,
I mean, swing for sure 1, possibly more.
Yeah, it's a weird position that Ketsi's in. I mean, really, it's just awkward that she drew that brush land and not a spell that she really wants to cast.
Yeah.
Because, Kendra's going to kill the Hex Drinker anyway.
Yeah.
So, like, playing as though it doesn't exist is the smartest thing. And if Ketsi had a good 5-mana spell or 6-mana spell, now would be the time to play it, but...
Ketsi deep in the tank here. I mean, it's not... It's like basically just, are you going to play the Fractured Identity this turn? And I guess that determines with the Avacyn's Pilgrim.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like a pretty clear no to me, but I guess I don't really know for sure. I mean, you obviously can't get the Hanged Executioner because it just sacrifices in response. So it would just be Fractured Identity stealing Thalio, which is just not amazing.
There is a hilarious potential other play you could do here. I don't think it's good. You could Fractured Identity your own Oath of Nissa to get another shot at it.
Woof. You could do that.
I mean...
It seems like a serious desperation play when Ketsi's in not a desperate circumstance.
Yeah,
but...
I mean, like, that's what I mean is I don't know what else Ketsi's so deep in the tank on here. I guess pumping the Hex Drinker pre-swing?
Yeah, I mean, again, it doesn't really matter. Like, Kendra's sort of forced to exile it regardless. And this way, if Kendra for some reason doesn't want to exile it, Ketsi does get 6/6 protection for everything. But obviously...
Okay, so the interesting thing here is it does cost Kendra 3 points of life to do that.
Yeah.
Fetch and shock.
Ketsi doesn't attack here.
Yeah.
Why? Is she planning on chumping the Thalia when she has
That
Hornet Queen next turn?
When she's got Hornet, yeah.
Is she like bluffing a 3-mana counterspell somehow?
Maybe it's a counterspell bluff.
I don't understand. I mean, with Kendra at such a low life total, it seems really marginal to bluff something as opposed to just like putting her down to 8. That's more than 10% of her life remaining at this point.
Yeah. Maybe Kendra is reconsidering.
I mean, this is sort of the first turn since turn 2 that Kendra hasn't basically had a forced play as far as we know, so...
Yeah. Alright, Gideon. Not the ideal card there, but at least the Horizon Canopy can sack for mana. You still there?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. Gideon's not looking amazing here. Against a board full of Hornets. Although I wouldn't be shocked if Ketsi just went for the life total instead.
Yeah.
Especially, she might just Fractured Identity Gideon. Stoneforge Mystic, and Kendra does have a Batterskull in her deck.
Although, Ketsi does have a Fractured Identity. A Skull Clamp.
Interesting. I wonder what Kendra is, like, digging for at this point.
Combo pieces?
Maybe?
Gonna need another red land. Maybe Kendra has the combo pieces in hand and is looking for a red land before deciding to start playing them out.
Yeah, that's totally not unreasonable.
Getting frisky here. And then playing conservatively, blocking the Gideon. I do like that, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, land is really not what Ketsi wants to see here at all.
Although, it may not be too bad if your play is Fractured Identity Gideon. Like, lifelink up your Hornet Queen and swing for 5?
Sure. I mean, that puts... Like, Kendra's pretty close to dead in the air regardless, so...
Yeah, like, what you could do is you could play the Horizon Canopy, tap your remaining 6 lands to play the Fractured Identity, leaving up Avacyn's Pilgrim as a blocker and the Horizon Canopy to sack on the end of your opponent's turn.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. I mean, at this point, the only real threat to Ketsi is the combo going off, so...
Yeah. And, like, Hornet Queen swinging for, like, taking Gideon... swinging Hornet Queen or Hornets in Queen for 5.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, even if Kendra has the combo, she doesn't really have time to set it up. Like,
no,
the cheapest combo, like it requires 9 mana, I guess, regardless of the way you do it. So, like, and Ketsi has Kendra dead in 2 attacks and a solution for the Gideon, which is the biggest problem right now. So I don't really understand why Ketsi is tanking so hard on all of this.
Yeah. I also don't necessarily like leading on that.
Yeah, because it means you have to tap down the Avacyn's Pilgrim now.
I don't know what Ketsi's hoping to drop more.
Yeah. What's better than Fractured Identity here?
But Ketsi doesn't have Plowender. Ketsi took it out. I can see Plowender being better just to, like, absolutely force them off of the combo.
Yeah.
But it's not in Ketsi's deck at the moment.
I mean, at least, like, she can keep back a Hornet if she wants to. And that's not too bad, because it still puts Kendra dead next turn, so...
You know what? Actually, I think Ketsy's going to, because you know what kills Ketsy? Lots of Hornets. You know what kills Ketsy if all the Hornets were to swing? Zealous Conscripts.
I guess that's true. Yeah.
Zealous Conscripts take the Gideon back, swing for lots.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Ketsy was playing around the non-combo Zealous Conscripts here.
Yeah, and yet we do see one Hornet being held back. I think that's reasonable. I think holding back one Hornet is reasonable.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I did like my play of just leaving back the Avacyn's Pilgrim.
Yeah, I like that better than what Ketsy ended up doing. I don't know what she was playing so afraid of to try to draw more cards this turn, but I mean, she's not dead to Zealous Conscript right now, because Zealous Conscript steals the Hornet. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 with Skull Clamp. But she's dead to Zealous Conscripts plus Lightning. Oh, no, it has to be Zealous Conscript, Lightning Helix, and a land. So, Ketsy's in pretty secure position.
Does Kendra have Lightning Bolt?
No, she does not.
Okay.
Her only burn spells are Lightning, or her only burn spells that go to face are Lightning Helix and a Johnny Vengeance. The only other one is Mizium Mortars, I believe. Kendra also deep in the tank.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was answering a text message.
No problem.
Pilgrim's
Eye. Still don't like it. Even with Skull Clamp, I still don't really like it.
At least not in this deck.
Yeah, no, I mean, Pilgrim's Eye is a really good card.
Although,
situationally.
I just realized, you know what the Pilgrim's Eye is probably there for? Is to find that third mountain, which it just did for Kiki Jiki.
Yeah. But still, though.
I also don't like sacking the Pilgrim's Eye as opposed to the Thalia here.
Yeah, Ketsy's got plenty of mana,
and the Pilgrim's Eye is a blocker for a Hornet, whereas like your Stoneforge can still block on the ground.
Yeah, I agree. Seems like a situation where Kendra was thinking of the normal value of those cards as opposed to the value in the current context.
What is
going on?
This is just a like lethal on yourself attack here, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, so Lightning Helix, I guess, puts Kendra...
Can't cast Lightning Helix. Thalia.
That's right. Land? No, she already played the land. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on right now.
Oh, they attacked Gideon, but now...
But Gideon's still alive.
Does Kendra have Path or something?
I mean, even that doesn't do it because there's still a million Hornets attacking.
What is going on?
I don't understand that at all. Maybe it was a like, I dare you to misplay attack?
I still don't like that because...
Yeah.
I mean, could Kendra... Yeah, I don't...
So if Kendra had an untapped Stoneforge and...
Okay, actually, what Kendra might have done, maybe Kendra did have the Lightning Helix in hand and was just thinking they had it. Oh, they have something. Are they going to realize? Oh, I bet it was.
Oh, yeah. I bet they just didn't think about Thalia here and had the Lightning Helix.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Yeah. I bet that. I want to ask about that.
Yeah, go into chat.
Okay, let me. Okay, stop watching. I gotta figure out how to do this. Go into chat. Oh my god, I'm so bad at Discord. Hello, guys. Gals.
Hello.
We actually, I had a question about the last play from Kendra. Did you happen to have Lightning Helix in hand?
I did, and I forgot about Thalia.
That's what we thought. We were trying to figure out why you would make that attack.
Or if I was going to do that, I didn't think that turn through well enough.
I mean, what is... Oh, Helix gains you life. so that you don't die.
Yeah, I could have killed Gideon.
I don't think you can kill Gideon. I think damage is prevented to Gideon.
Actually,
really?
if you had the lightning helix, you also would have had lethal on that attack.
No. I was
No?
at 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ketsi was at 10 before
Okay.
the attack.
Oh, okay. I was misreading the life totals. Okay.
I was eventually at 6.
This might just be a Strix amount game.
Damage prevention, yeah, it's just on your turn. So I could...
No, it's a Kinkrix them out game, isn't it always?
I mean, they're stuck on mana.
All right, we're switching over to Sarah's stream just very briefly.
Oh, I was just looking at the thumb clip,
to
which
another
is
match.
I just see a bunch of Snowlands and a Kinkrix in play. Anyway, sorry for the interruption.
All right.
They've got that sick Iula.
They have 2 mother bears, and I am milling them to the graveyard, so it's not nothing. I'll say that much. Yeah, it's correct to lead on Astrolabe because I could find another Kinkrix.
Sarah, do you want to go over to another match channel?
Yeah, I'll drag myself over.
This is like the worst hand. Unbelievable.
All right. Back on Defen. This is
so
a
the
pretty
first-
bad hand.
Yeah, so the
Ketsi's
first
not
hand
wrong.
was bad. This one is not good, but I think is maybe keepable.
God, no plays before turn 4 is really brutal.
It is really brutal, but I don't think you really want to go to 5, and Arena Rector is such a good stopgap.
Yeah, and so is Fractured Identity, but this gives Kendra a lot of opportunity to just roll.
I think Kendra's also on 6 here. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Kendra hits a
I
1-drop. They didn't, so...
Yeah, I do. Oh, once upon a
Wow. So sick.
Yeah.
Hitting
It's
Palladium
not an-
Mirror.
It's not an amazing Once Upon a Time, but the Palladium Mirror is a play to do before turn 4.
Yeah, and I mean, so one of the things about Once Upon a Time, right, and as with any card that sort of looks at the top cards of your library, is that, like, if you need a 2-drop, and you Once Upon a Time and you don't find a 2-drop, that means that the top 5 cards of your library were not 2-drops, and now you don't have to draw those.
Yeah. Yeah, so Shrine of Loyal Legions, however, is the one card, if I'm Ketsi, that I don't want to see here.
Although, Kendra doesn't know about this Fractured Identity. It's possible that they just leave their shrine vulnerable at some point when Ketsi has 5 mana, and Ketsi just steals it.
Yeah.
One of the situations where a Fractured Identity is actually a lot worse than, like, a Confiscate would be, but...
and the
still
Machias
very
also.
strong. Yeah.
Although it is looking like that we could have a Fractured Identity the next turn.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Ketsi just took the shrine here, because it's going to be so good for Kendra otherwise.
Yeah.
And it seems really unlikely here that Kendra leaves up the 3 mana to activate Shrine.
Yeah.
Although,
alternatively, you could try saving it. Just play out your Caryatid and your Arena Rector and maybe hope that it works out the next turn.
I mean, Gideon makes that a little bit better, but wow, so aggressive. Just main phase. Holy shit.
Wow.
Kendra, no respect for instant speed activated abilities. Machias, too, just rawing it out.
Yeah, and what's brutal about that is, just lay down the Arena Rector and the Caryatid.
I mean, Wormcoil is also just incredible.
I just saw the Wormcoil engine. I was looking away for a second and just saw the Wormcoil engine.
Yeah, I mean, Ketsi's drawn really well, and, like, Kendra's start has been a little slow, and this might just be enough to stabilize. Like, 3 2/2s is okay, but it's not amazing.
Well, okay, what's brutal here? If Wormcoil Engine gets played out, if Kendra has Mountain Zealous Conscripts, is that lethal with a Machias activation?
Oh my god. It might be, yeah.
It is lethal. It would be 16, 23.
Yeah. I wonder if Ketsi's thinking about that right now. Because she's clearly going to play the Arena Rector. Well, maybe not. Maybe she's just going to hold up Avacyn here. which
Yeah.
is okay. I mean, she's at a kind of awkward amount of mana for that, where she can't block 2 things if she holds up Avacyn,
Yeah.
but...
I mean, Avacyn isn't unreasonable because... Oh, you know what you could do with Avacyn? Why Ketsy's... No, because you end up in the situation where you have... Well, Avacyn is good as a blocker on the field because you don't really want to swing into Avacyn. Well, I guess you would get the one more activation off of Mikaeus.
Yeah.
And bring the tokens out of Avacyn range. Avacyn is such a sweet, mechanically designed card to fit.
Yeah, I really like that card in every way.
It's like, you killed my friends, and now I'm going to torch everything. I guess it's not Avacyn's friends, it's her wards, I guess.
I guess so, yeah.
And Avacyn doesn't strike me as the type of being that has friends. Getting a little, heavy on the great magic lore here.
There's the mountain.
Batterskull.
Batterskull. Raw Batterskull. Yeah.
I thought it was going to be like a Zealous for a second. I was going to be like...
I mean, I think if Kendra has
Almost
Zealous, they save it for a more impactful time.
Yeah. Well, now you can get a Batterskull copy. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. Granted, unfortunately, it won't have the germ attached to it, but... Oh, it will! That's right. The token re-enters play. I keep on thinking, I always associate, for whatever reason, I keep thinking Fractured Identity is just like a steal effect, and it's...
It is better than that.
Yeah. I guess the one bad... Well, I guess you couldn't do it if it's a, if it was a stolen Batterskull, but I guess you can't do the, neat trick of bouncing the Batterskull back to hand if necessary.
Yeah.
That's so unfortunate.
But you could still re-equip it to other things, so...
Yeah.
Which, honestly, is often just better.
All right. Give her runes, which is... It's fine.
It's okay. I mean, given that Ketsy now has Batterskull and Wormcoil, which have lifelink, Kendra can't even guaranteed attack through lifelink. Plus, Arena Rector is yet a third color that Kendra doesn't want to ever block anything, so...
Yeah, I gotta think Kendra is probably not liking seeing that sixth plane. It's a...
yeah.
Mostly because I think Kendra's got to be looking towards trying to assemble the combo.
Yeah.
Which isn't really assembling because I don't know if Kendra's deck has anything that can really search or help find the combo.
Yeah, I mean, the combo in aggro decks tends to work best when it's like, a complement and it forces the opponent to spend a bunch of resources dealing with the early aggro and then stall out the board finally and eventually feel like they're edging towards a win and then you combo them out, right?
Yeah.
But
I think
Ketsy just casually tapping Wooburg to cast a Wormcoil Engine.
Yeah. Because I think at this point, Ketsy's definitely got to be thinking, like, how do I finish this game, probably.
Yeah.
I assume Ketsy's aware that the combo exists.
I think that's likely, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it seems like one of the weaknesses of Kendra's deck is that her mana isn't amazing, which is probably why she's playing the Pilgrim's Eye, right?
Yeah. And I also feel every single game we've watched from Kendra's been flooding a little bit, or at least had would have preferred to see a few less lands.
Yeah, I think you're right, and that is unfortunate for sure.
Flicker Wisp.
I could go count how many lands they're playing, but I don't want
Flicker Wisp is going to be able to get rid of the Batterskull here at least.
That's nice. Yeah, that's quite strong.
And the Worm Coil actually isn't super profitable because, it just gets blocked by 2 3/3s.
And then one of them gets protection anyway, whichever one Ketsi orders first.
Can't get from colorless, yeah.
That's the thing about Giver of Runes. It is not strictly worse than Mother of Runes.
On the flip side, Hornet Queen is good. Also, there's an Archangel Avacyn.
Yeah. Both of the cards in Ketsi's hands are very strong right now. I guess she's just demanding the Avacyn. We'll see if Kendra figures out the double block with a mirror. It's a little bit tricky. Like, it requires some magic rules knowledge to figure out that you can do this and not have Ketsi gain any life.
Wait, so what's the trick here?
You just double block with a mirror and then give protection to the one Ketsi orders first, and it absorbs all the damage, which then gets prevented, I believe.
Really? I thought it got a portion 3/3 naturally.
I believe that it only flows over if it would be lethal to the first one.
All right, well, let's
and
see
it's
what
never
happens
lethal
here.
because it has
curious.
protection. Yeah, I mean, presumably Kendra's going to do the protection here. Ketsi, of course, playing Archangel Avacyn.
Yeah. It is interesting that Micaeus is putting in work because this isn't backbreaking even. I mean, a mirror is going to be lost here, but there's still more waiting in the wings.
Not, though. If I'm right about how protection works, then this mirror will not be lost. Oh, okay, yeah. So I was wrong about how protection works.
It worked. I thought it was more intuitive than that. Yeah, because here, Flicker Wisp is going to be up to a 4 power.
Yeah.
And can block Archangel profitably. The Hornet Queen's going to be a problem, but
and
Hornet
Archangel
Queen
when it flips is going to be pretty brutal for Kendra as well, because it'll kill Arena Rector for starters, and it'll also kill the Flicker Wisp and probably I guess it deals 3, right? So it won't kill the mirror or the Giver. It'll kill Micaeus, but
well, the Giver could give Micaeus protection.
That's true. Or Flicker Wisp, sort of depending on what.
Will pump the Giver out of range here.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess the Avacyn flip isn't that bad other than for the Arena Rector issue.
Yeah, I don't like playing out Thalia here for that reason.
Yeah, not with an onboard Wrath effect.
Well, no, actually, this is reasonable because what you do is you just block with a mirror, have Giver give the mirror protection so it doesn't die, and just trade, if Avacyn swings, trade it with the Flicker Wisp, and then Avacyn won't flip. Oh, but I
guess that's true. Oh, Kolaghan's command, so good. Can kill the Arena Rector just on its own, can destroy a mirror token, potentially as a surprise. Just brutal.
Yeah, so I think what you do here is you're just swinging with the Worm Coil engine and possibly Archangel, inducing the protection on the mirror. When you go for protection, kill Arena Rector, kill a mirror, and then
activate Nicol Bolas. Yeah,
do whatever you want with Nicol Bolas. I don't know.
Or even potentially Gideon. Ketsi did talk about finding Gideon against aggro decks. Yeah,
but I don't think Ketsi's going to grab Gideon here, considering Ketsi, while it's an aggro deck, isn't actually really being aggro.
Yeah, and Ketsi's at 27 life. She's pretty stable.
And there's a Hornet Queen in hand. So I think it's got to be Daddy Bolas. Ketsi's definitely thinking about this here, but let's see if Ketsi does what I was thinking. Just the Archangel attack. That's reasonable because the Flicker Wisp is the only flying blocker. Okay, the worm.
Yeah, I really like attacking with Worm Coil here too.
Ketsi
just has so much flexibility here.
you have good targets. You can either Cold against Command the Flicker Wisp and give her rooms to activate, or you could Cold against Command the Micaeus and put an end to this pumping shenanigans.
Yeah.
While these things are still reasonably sized.
Or the Arena Rector.
Yeah. Yeah. I think Kendra's playing this about as well as they can, though.
Yeah, I agree. It's a tough position they're in at this point. Arena Rector, a real brick wall against this sort of deck. Especially without any exile effects. There are a lot of exile effects in the cube, but Kendra does not seem to have them.
Okay.
Protecting Flicker Wisp. Interesting. Killing Flicker Wisp and a mirror token, but not killing Arena Rector. I guess Ketsi wants to keep it as a brick wall.
Yeah, that's fair. And also now that the Flyer's taken care of, Avacyn does have a clear path in every turn.
Yep.
And then you're also going to have the Hornet Queen next turn.
Yeah.
And also you're up to 33.
Kendra's still only at 1 red mana, so really not close to comboing off.
Yeah, and I think that would be like, if Kendra had more red mana, I'd be more scared of the combo and more inclined to try to, get a Bolas out. Because actually what you can start doing now is you could swing with the Arena Rector, because that puts Kendra on a 2-turn clock.
That's a good point.
Yeah, because if that Arena Rector ever flips, that's basically game, because Bolas can just 7 to the face.
Yeah, that's very true. Arena Rector really showing its strength in Ketsi's deck.
Actually, what should go is actually the Palladium Mirror should swing too, because activate Avacyn's ability.
Yep. Still really strong against Kendra.
Yeah.
One of the risks, I guess, is that Kendra trades with Wormcoil, Avacyn activates and just kills the Wormcoil tokens.
The Hanged Executioner is very good here.
Yeah, although
it's actually 4 power worth of
of blocks in the air. That's right. So it can trade with Avacyn.
Well, I think what you could do here is you swing with Palladium Mirror and the Arena Rector.
And just those two?
Just those two.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I mean, obviously not the line Ketsi's going for, but I don't hate that line.
Because here now, obviously Micaeus will die, I guess. With okay.
Interesting.
I see. I'm not sure I like this. I think you do want to.
Yeah, I feel like Kendra is not respecting the Arena Rector enough, although certainly she's not attacking into it. But
yeah, maybe she isn't just thinking like, maybe she or they realize that.
Sorry,
maybe they realize that Bolas is a threat, but doesn't quite realize that Bolas is literally dead with 2 more life points knocked off.
Ketsi is saying, kicking myself for playing Avacyn. I don't completely understand why.
Yeah, I feel that was a very reasonable play. And no bees here.
Well, the bees make sense because Avacyn does just kill them at some point.
Yeah, but I think you want Avacyn. You're okay with Avacyn flipping, because then your Arena Rector dies. You just grab Bolas and win.
Yeah.
Maybe Ketsi doesn't realize that Bolas is just an instant win here.
Yeah, I mean, the 7 to the face is definitely not a common use of Bolas, but it is certainly a relevant one. Let's see. Gotta trade cards back with people as well.
Okay, you handle that.
Golos, that's a sweet one. lives through Avacyn too.
Does.
All right.
Still think, like I said, I still think Hornet Queen is the play.
Well, now Kendra can also just use Hanged Executioner to kill Avacyn at any point. So
yeah. Yeah.
Here comes Avacyn, right down Avacyn Lane. Yeah, Ketsi not going for the Nicol Bolas here is really strange. Is it possible she sided it out and we just didn't notice?
I doubt that if Arena Rector's still in. I mean, we could ask, and that would make sense. I think you'd still keep Bolas in, obviously, if you have an Arena Rector, but...
that I would believe that as well, personally.
Yeah,
but...
I'm interested to see if Ketsi recognized, like, hey, you know, you could just be actively trying to flip your Avacyn to get a...
Yeah.
Well, maybe Golos will just hit Bolas next turn. And...
We can take a look at her deck while she searches with Golos. Bolas is there, so her plays make little to no sense.
What's hilarious is that this mirror token here is almost outsizing the Wormcoil engine.
Yeah, it's really funny.
That was cracked, what, way back on like turn 4 or 5 of this game?
Yeah, turn 4, I think.
Yeah.
Because Kendra laid down a land and cracked it.
Yeah. The other impressive thing is Kendra was on a Molta... What was it, a Molta...
I think just 6. I think it's just Molta 6.
Molta 6, okay.
Yeah, I feel like attacking in with Palladium Mirror here... I mean, I guess now that Avacyn is just, like, risking death at every opportunity with this Hanged Executioner, it's less relevant to just try to...
Does Avacyn hit players?
Yes.
Yeah, that's even more reason to do it.
Yeah, so, or at least attacking with Arena Rector, right? Like...
Oh, hold on, it just occurred to me. When does Arena Rector grab Planeswalker? Is it
as soon as it dies.
Okay, but it's not like at end of turn.
No.
Okay.
No,
yeah,
you just get to activate the Planeswalker immediately.
Okay, because I was thinking, like, maybe it's concerned that Kendra could, like, attack the Bolas if it comes into play at end of turn.
I mean, if Kendra kills Arena Rector now, then they get to attack Bolas potentially, although Ketsi has a pretty strong defensive board still, so...
Oh, maybe at this point, Ketsi is worried about the Hanged Executioner. Oh no, because it's a destroy effect. It's not not an exile. I keep on thinking Hanged Executioner is an exile, and it's not.
No.
So that's not the concern. All right.
Yeah, this is a weird game. It seems like Ketsi should have won this a while ago.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think Kendra has anything to super heavily punish Ketsi here, unless she goes, like, end of turn Restoration Angel at some point, untap Kiki Jiki, which would be a really funny way to punish Ketsi. But
did we get an explanation for, was it Ketsi who was playing very oddly with Planeswalkers earlier? Remember that, like, Gideon, like, tapping weird, and then Ketsi ended up getting burned out? It was, like...
Kendra, that was last game, right? When we asked Kendra... Yeah, Kendra said that they thought they could cast Lightning Helix.
Oh, no. The first game of this match, I think, then, where Ketsi took all the Planeswalkers, had multiple Gideons, and just, like, didn't +2 Gideon, just 0.
Oh, yeah, no, we never did get an explanation for this.
Well, still no Bolas found.
Hexdrinker's strong, although it does just sort of die to a Johnny unless Ketsi pumps it immediately. So, presumably...
Well, Imprisoned in the Moon can get a Johnny.
Yeah, but Ketsi doesn't have the mana for it.
No, yeah, there's
Oh, it's off of Golos. This is a
Yeah.
Golos activation.
Yeah.
Strong card,
Eh.
Golos.
Ketsi accidentally played a land and didn't get to play the Inspiring Vantage.
Womp womp.
Misplay. I am like, yeah, I'm confused. At this point, I'm kind of hoping that Kendra has enough time to find a mountain and assemble the combo pieces.
Yeah,
with all the time that Ketsi is giving them.
There's always a little part of me that's like, if you misplay, I kind of slightly hope you get punished for it.
I think it's sort of like if you misplay and your opponent's like already behind, I start rooting for the opponent.
Yeah,
if you both misplay like idiots, I hope the game continues so you can just continue.
Misplay ping pong is really fun.
Yeah.
There was some of that at the Roto draft last weekend. Because, there always is, right? The last few matches of a rotisserie draft are always just like, everyone's fucking exhausted.
Yeah, we are also getting close to midnight.
That's true. That's a good point.
Which is like, I do like, I'm sort of like, come on, Ketsi, like end this game because I do want to call my girlfriend.
Yeah. Well, if you need to go, I can finish up the commentating.
It's okay. I did tell her like I'll call her when I'm done. And she's probably going to be up until 1 or 2 herself, so.
A girl after my own heart.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's academics in general. We're up at all hours of the night. We have, one of the PIs I work closely with has young children, and she works at like 3 a.m. in the morning. Is like her prime work hours.
Oh, Cast Out. That's an interesting one. No wonder Kendra was tanking so much. Choosing what to cast out is really...
Yeah, see, I think Kendra is aware of
how bad it is if Arena Rector gets activated.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think Kendra is aware now that the Arena Rector is bad news, and that Avacyn flipping would just win Ketsi the game if Ketsi realized it.
Yeah. So, Kendra has clear skies now.
I think Kendra legitimately just wants to hold back because I don't think they're going to win anytime soon. They can't attack on the ground.
I mean, they also just can't wait until Ketsi activates Golos a million times,
Yeah, but, yeah, I guess. I mean, I guess they are swinging in the air for 9 here.
Ketsi's going to find a Nicol Bolas sooner or later, one way or another.
Yeah. All right, you're right. I think Kendra needs to start swinging with the team.
Yeah.
Like I said, they can swing for 9 here, and Bolas was the next card. All right, I want to go ask what was.
Yeah, I am very curious what the fuck was going on. Hey y'all, weird game.
Wow. She was so weird. So the thing that was like driving me nuts the whole game is that at that point, if you kill any of my other creatures, then Avacyn flips and like destroys my board.
But then you get a Nicol Bolas and win immediately.
Well, not if it's on their turn, because then Nicol Bolas comes into play and then they just attack it, right?
Right.
Well,
but I guess you still have a worm coil and stuff. Like you're not, it's not your whole board. I don't think they can kill.
Right. The thing is, it can only happen on Kendra's turn because I can't force it on my turn because then things go bad.
Why do things go bad if you force it on your turn?
Oh wait, I guess because so the thing is, if I kill Arena on my turn, then Avacyn flips the next turn in the upkeep.
Oh, that is true. I guess it is a delayed on that, but
yes, that's the thing, right? Like if it killed fucking Arena Rector immediately, I'd be like, sweet, get Nicol Bolas, win the game.
I still feel like you have so much board presence even after Avacyn flips.
You'd still have Avacyn, Worm Coil, and I'd be at 2.
I would have Avacyn. I mean, later I had Golos, but I would have had Avacyn and the Golem tokens, and Kendra would have had like her whole.
You would have had a Worm Coil engine too.
Oh yeah, well yes, the Worm Coil itself. But the thing is, once Kendra has the giver of runes, then like it's not too hard to finish off Nicol Bolas by just attacking.
I think it's
But
hard
then
for
you're
me-
at 2. If Kendra expends all their resources attacking Nicol Bolas, you just attack back for lethal.
Yeah, I guess. I
That's
mean,
why
I
was
kept
hoping
forgetting.
for
I knew I
conflicts
was supposed to, but I kept
for
forgetting.
that game.
But yeah, it was just really hard for me to think through all the consequences, so I just kept not doing it.
Yeah, it felt interesting. I guess, were you informed about Kendra's deck?
I mean, I knew it was mono white.
Did you know it had Kiki Jiki combo?
I did not.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, no one told me Kiki Chiki combo.
Because we were like, at some point, Kendra's gonna find the pieces of the combo.
Yeah, I never saw the combo. I died too quickly.
Yeah, I didn't. The whole night, the Kiki Jiki's just been like a value in them. It was pretty cool, like copying Executioner.
Yeah, that was sweet. Although I remember watching you do that and being really baffled that you weren't doing that on your opponent's turn and just blocking with the Executioner tokens.
Oh yeah, maybe that would have been better.
All right, y'all need to trade back with me. I'm gonna shut down the stream.
Okay.
Thank you, stream viewers, for watching. I'll upload this to YouTube as
That hurt
well.
my head.